I was dreaming? It's been a long time since I dreamt that.
Lord Hiraku, I'm terribly sorry. I still haven't finished the morning chores.
Don't worry. I woke up early today. Anyways, I'd appreciate it if you'd stop calling me Lord.
Right, very well, Mayor. Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, I was being careless.
So you're working in the kitchen now?
I'll just roast the whole thing.
No, cut him some slack.
What a surprise. You're up early today, aren't you?
I am. I wanted to get an early start.
Good morning. What are you doing here? I had to talk to Grand Mary about something while she was on patrol duty. Is there a problem? It's nothing like that. She reported to me earlier about something and... Oh. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. I just had a dream I haven't had in a while.
A dream?
Well, actually, it's more like an old memory. Back then, I never really could have imagined that I'd ever get to live such a dream of a life. Yes? And, you are?
I'm the god who watches over this world.
You're God? I guess that means I finally died.
Indeed. According to this world's calendar, you've lived 39 years. And what a cruel life it was. You were betrayed by others and then fell ill with a terminal disease. That's why I've decided to give you a chance at a second life.
You can do that?
Of course, I'm God. This time I shall grant you a healthy body that won't fall ill. You see, I consider it a mistake on my part that you were forced to live such a cruel existence in the first place.
Your mistake?
I ask that you take this act as penance for my misdeed.
I don't really get it, but okay.
Well, let's make sure to do this right. Do you have any requests? I'll let you live your new life the way you want to.
The way I want to.
I can grant pretty much any request you have.
In that case, I've got it. I want to try my hand at farming.
Farming?
Yeah, I really liked watching a show about farming while I was stuck in the hospital. It was a show about celebrities farming. In my last life, I had a hard time getting along with other people. So I thought it would be nice if I could live a laid-back life of farming. Somewhere where not many people go. Is that too much?
Jurisdiction.
Your jurisdiction?
But let's give him a call and see. Okay. It is done. You'll receive your new life and a healthy body with which to live it. I've also received permission from the god of agriculture to bestow upon you the power of the almighty farming tool.
The almighty farming tool?
Now then, enjoy your chance at a second life.
My body can move. It's been a long time since I've been able to move around. How many years has it been since I could stand? Having a healthy body is amazing! All right, I've come back to life, safe and sound. It's time to start my second life. The farming life that I wished for! So this is where I start? As far as the eye can see. I know I asked for somewhere that not many people go. But this almost feels like a place that people can't reach even if they want to. Oh well, no use in complaining now. I need to think about what I can do from here. I'm dressed like a villager from a video game. And I get the feeling that I'm younger than I used to be. Do I have anything I can actually use? That's right! The almighty farming tool. Huh? This is it. Here we go. This must be magic. No matter how much I use this tool, I don't get tired. I can till the hard ground and cut through tree roots, no problem. The soil's nice and fluffy. I'm sure I can grow some great vegetables in a field I till with this. Wait a minute. I need to worry about finding water and food right now. The forest goes on and on. I tried listening carefully so that I could hear if any streams were nearby, but all I could hear was the rustling of the leaves. Forget finding edible plants. I don't see any grass growing around here. Am I playing on the right difficulty setting? Now that I think about it, I need to hurry and find somewhere safe. That's one nice tree. It'll make a good landmark. I think I'll set up my base camp here. I walked around for a while, but there don't seem to be any rivers or ponds nearby. In that case, I'll dig a well. I bet you're thinking that it's silly to try to find water underground like this, but I've heard that people sometimes use this method to find water pipes. Maybe. I don't get this at all. Shovel! This almighty farming tool really lives up to its name. It can turn into all kinds of stuff. It can't turn into complicated machines, though. Just as I expected. I don't get tired no matter how much I dig. Now I can dig forever until I hit water. Am I stuck down here? I know. I'll dig diagonally. I only just started digging. It's my lucky day! No, this might be another one of God's plan to find food. That was my plan. But oddly enough, I don't feel hungry at all. I wonder if this is the power of the almighty farming tool. It's probably dangerous to go wandering through the forest again. Sight! Since I'm going to turn this into my base of operations, I'll keep working on building it up. It'd be nice if I found something to eat while I was working here. But I don't see anything around here. Oh well. If I'm going to cultivate the land here, this tree is going to be in the way eventually. Looks like a pretty sturdy tree. But maybe if I turn the almighty tool into an axe, I can cut it down. I think the right way is to start cutting one side, and then go in from the other side with the axe. I did it! Okay then, I'll start from this side. Here we go! What the? I cut it clean with one swing. The almighty farming tool is something else. Catch it! Since I've already cut it down, I should process it into lumber. I'll start by cutting off the branches, then cut up the dirty tree like it's a block of cheese. So about this hook-like tool that I'm using to drag the tree around. I'm not sure what it's called, but apparently I can turn the almighty tool into anything I can imagine. Now I've got myself some lumber. Based on the farming sim games I used to play, this is about the time I should start building a small hut. But it's not going to be easy to build the parts for the walls and roof. Plus, I don't have any nails or glue to stick them together. Building a hut from scratch is tougher than I thought. This pillar I stuck in the ground for fun is casting a shadow, almost like a sundial. Oh no! I was having so much fun that I lost track of time! The sun's about to set in, it's going to be night! What happens then? It's going to be dark out! I need some kind of light! Flashlight! Lamp! No good! I need to start a fire! Lighter! Some matches? Crap! Maybe Maybe this has to do with that jurisdiction thing? Turning the almighty tool into a match is just stupid. I need something that can create heat without burning up. Bingo! Magnifying glass! It worked! I can start a fire with this! If it was daytime. I ended up quickly carving a hole in the tree's trunk so I'd have some kind of shelter. I thought about digging a hole in the ground. The chisel is another form of the almighty farming tool. It looks like it's gonna take a lot of trial and error before I can make furniture or a hut. I was worried I wouldn't be able to see when it was dark, but I'm surprised at how well I can. Maybe it's because when God granted me a healthy body, my vision improved as well. Or maybe it's because of those, the two moons casting light. Wow, I really am in another world, aren't I? I messed around a lot trying to figure out how to work with the lumber, and before I knew it, morning had come. It looks like I'll be fine in terms of having water. Right! I almost forgot! And now I have a fire going. Heave-ho, 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 heave-ho. From there, I continued clearing the area so that I could cultivate the land. I don't get tired or hungry while using the almighty farming tool, but I'm sure that doing this kind of work is using up some of my body's stamina. Even specks of dust can pile up to eat something. It might be time to change gears and go look for some food somewhere further away. What is that thing? Well, that was a happy accident. I had no choice but to kill it. It had scary fangs and stuff. All it took was one blow to the neck with the almighty farming tool. I tilled the giant rabbit's head and turned it into a nice fluffy soil. Then I turned the almighty tool into a knife and used it to take apart the body. At least I'll be able to feed myself. I'm thankful for that. Grilled rabbit. It tastes very natural. Or rather, it tastes gamey and bloody. Still, I'm grateful that I have something to eat. But what goes in must also come out. The next thing I built was a toilet. The toilet seat was made from a log. Below that, I dug a hole. Now I can relax and take care of my business. I can't relax at all. I couldn't sleep either, so I used my building knowledge. It ended up... A toilet that's comfortable to use is necessary for any sort of civilized life. I took a bunch of detours getting here, but I finally started cultivating the land. What should I grow to help support my life here? I'll need stuff to preserve well. Potatoes? Onions? Some tomatoes and cucumbers would be nice. You can eat those as is. Cabbage and spinach? Daikon? Napa? Carrots? Oh, I want to eat some boiled corn too. I've realized something here. Even if I cultivate the land, I have no seeds or seedlings to plant. I guess my only option is to look for something in the forest. I went to bed on a stomach full of rabbit meat. When I woke up the next morning, my eyes opened in surprise when they saw this. Can the plants in this world grow even if you don't plant their seeds? Or could this be because of the almighty tool? There are sprouts popping up in every row, and it only took one night. But these sprouts look different than the plants I'm used to seeing. Those kind of look like scallions, but they're bent. Well, I'm not sure what they are, but even so, I know what I have to do. I need to protect these fields from those giant rabbits and any other beasts that live in this forest. Perimeter. Then I'll dig a ditch around the fence. I'm still a little worried, but I feel a lot better having this built. After a few days, the fence and the ditch were completed. During that time, I fed myself from another rabbit that tried charging into my fields. I wonder why they always charge in head first like that. Maybe I'm what they're trying to attack and eat. Nature. If I water them with the watering pot from the almighty farming tool, they get bigger every day. They're definitely growing a lot faster than normal plants. I'm still not exactly sure what I'm growing, but I hope it's stuff that I can eat. If they all turned out to be decorative plants, I'm sure that I'd fall to my knees in despair. A few more days passed. After all my hard work, I was able to build a small hut. I cut grooves into the wood and stacked them on top of each other. It's basically a log house. Part of the way through, I wasn't able to lift the lumber up to the top anymore, so I dug out the ground a bit to give myself more room. For the roof, I used bark from the trees and held it down with nails I made from shaved down wood. If I was in a fairy tale, a wolf would have been able to huff and puff and blow this house down. But I thought it was a lot more civilized than living in a tree hole. I feel really motivated lately, and I've been looking forward to each new day. That's when I started to get into a routine with my new life here. Dogs? They're huge. They don't seem like they're going to attack me. And they look like they're in pretty rough shape. Come on. Perfect timing. I just killed a boar and didn't know what to do with all the meat. It was trying to get over my fence, so I had no choice but to exterminate it. One of them has a swollen belly. I wonder if he was trying to take the pregnant one somewhere safe when they were attacked by some other animal. This reminds me of when I was a kid and I wanted to get a dog. They say that dogs are a farmer's friend. It'd be nice if they hung around here. What's wrong? Is she about to give birth? Here? Now? What should I do? How can I help? Well, it's probably better than being outside, so I led them into my house. How long does it take for dogs to give birth? Does she need water to drink? It'll get colder till the room with smoke. Maybe I can leave it just outside the door. I tried doing everything I could think of to help. And I figured it wasn't good for a human to be around, so I left them alone. I hope I didn't end up bothering them by trying to help too much. If that giant boar attacked while she was giving birth and unable to move, it might be because of the light from the fire next to the hut, but everything else looks really dark tonight. Oh no, I fell asleep! I'm coming in. They look calm now that it's all over, but I'm sure she had a really tough night. Oh yeah. To celebrate her giving birth, I cut up the tastiest looking parts from the boar. I thought the dogs would go off somewhere after she gave birth, but it looks like they're going to hang around to that hut. I can't bring myself to kick them out, so I built myself a new house. I'd like to think that I've improved since the first home that I built. By the time the puppies were old enough to start running around, the plants were big enough for me to start harvesting them. These are tomatoes. Left alone, they grew into a tangled mess. They're pretty hard to harvest, and they look kind of small. But they're definitely tomatoes. The dogs do some hunting and protect the premises for me. By the way, it's getting tricky just calling them all dogs, so I decided to give them names. The boy is Kuro. The girl is Yuki, even though she's got dark fur. Kuro, Yuki. I didn't think dogs would eat vegetables, but seeing them enjoying the vegetables so much makes me want to work harder to grow better ones to feed them. I've been pretty busy with harvesting vegetables, which makes me want to shout with joy. I'll need to build a storehouse for them. I want to build furniture and tools, too. There's a lot of stuff I want to do. Well, there's no rush. I'll take my time working at it.
Machio has been doing well. Having wondered how he was faring, I decided to. The salvation of souls is part of my job. However, even God makes mistakes, and I, in my folly, have mistakenly bestowed a life of suffering fit for a sinner upon an innocent man. Interfering after someone has started their life is against the rules. So, in an attempt to make up for what I'd done, I gave him a chance at a second life per his wishes. However, isn't this forest in a dangerous area filled with wicked, nasty monsters? I'm pretty sure it's called the Forest of Death. He was thrown in there all alone and told to sustain himself by farming. What kind of twisted game is this? I need to call him back right away. But no, I just said that would be an infraction of the rules. There's a chance he'll find his way back here again as a soul. If that happens, I hope he accepts my apology. Even God.
Result me having used the almighty farming tool for a while, I've been able to learn several things. First, there are the crops that I was able to grow without planting any seeds. There's potatoes, onions, tomatoes, and cabbage, as well as others. It's no coincidence that these are the exact plants I was thinking about while I was tilling the land earlier. If I imagine the plants I want to grow while using the almighty tool, those seeds become sowed in the ground. When I look for proof, I wanted something that I'd be able to identify as soon as it sprouted, so I thought about soybeans while I was tilling. That's exactly what I got. I'm sure these will continue growing into soybeans. For now, I'll just sit back and watch. Crops I plant with the almighty farming tool grow very quickly. Actually, sometimes they grow so fast I find myself thinking, oh crap! These potatoes, for example, turned green when the sun was hitting them. If my memory serves correctly, potato sprouts are poisonous. I'm too afraid to try eating these. To prevent this from happening again, I think it's best to put a little mound of soil near the plant's base. I didn't have any idea about crops in my previous life, but I'm sure the farmers had all kinds of knowledge they learned from their experiences. My only option now is to press on and learn from my mistakes. Anyways, the only reason I'm able to live a life of farming here is by the grace of the gods. That's why I decided to make some statues of them. The one on the left is supposed to be the god with jurisdiction over agriculture. It feels like things are getting more civilized here. Thank you, gods. I'm living a very primitive lifestyle here. Today's lunch is a stew made from rabbit meat and super fresh farm-to-table vegetables grown without any pesticides. In other words, organic. Plus, the meat from the animals is a lot easier to eat if I drain the blood as soon as I kill them. The dogs like eating the meat from properly drained animals as well. Sometimes I worry that I've spoiled them. Oh well, as long as they're enjoying it, then it's fine. I wish I had some salt, though. I decided to try my hand at something new. I know it's hard to tell now, but I planted some fruit-bearing trees here. If it goes well, my diet will instantly improve. But they say fruit trees take years to bear fruit, so I'll need patience and prepared to wait as long as I need to. Go! That's a good boy. Aren't you a super smart one? Life with the dogs is really fun. The loneliness might have been unbearable if I didn't have them here. A horn? Well, I am in a different world. I guess dogs have horns here? They're all waiting their turn. There's another thing that having the dogs here really helps out with. They can travel through the forest without getting lost. Thanks to that, I can explore even further into the forest. And eventually... Whoa! I found a river that could act as a source of water. There's a little waterfall upstream for that water to run to my home. It's a 30-minute walk, so I have to do a lot of digging. But it'll be fine if I chip away at it. I figured I'd be away from home for a while, so I built myself a toilet at the site. Nice and civilized. Yay! I turned the almighty farming tool into a wheelbarrow. I don't tire out at all while using the almighty farming tool, so now I can travel around without getting tired and speed up construction. I think I need to fix the roads first. Back at the home base, I've cleared out more of the forest and continued expanding my crop fields. I'm growing oilseed crops, so I can harvest their oil. Wheat. It's easy to preserve, and I can use it for all kinds of different stuff. Sugarcane, because I want something sweet. By the way, those bean sprouts grew into soybeans before I knew it. I wanted to eat some edamame, but I need salt to make it, and I don't have any. I wonder if there's any rock salt around here. Farming life in another world. How long has it been since I started living here? One day it started to get cold. Honestly, it's too cold to be in these clothes now. I can see snow on the mountains in the distance. Wonder how cold the winters get here. I need to do something to prepare for the cold. I tried to use the pelts from the giant rabbits, but they smelled awful. I was worried that they would start rotting, so I gave up on them. I guess my only option is to light a fire and stay inside. I need to gather firewood and food for the winter. A giant black seat cushion? Wait, is that a spider? Whoa! What? This looks like some really nice cloth. Is it a handkerchief? They even embroidered it. That's amazing. Thank you. After that, the spiders started living up in the giant tree. And their favorite food is potatoes. It's not just cloth. They can even make clothes really well. They actually turned the animal pelts I'd given up on into some nice stuff. I can handle the cold with this. Bedding stuffed with leaves? Having stuff made from cloth has made this place much more civilized. By the way, I gave the spider a name. Based on my first impression, I called them Zabuton. Now I have someone else living here. Winter finally arrived. It's gotten pretty cold outside, but thanks to the preparations I made, I'll make it through fine. The dogs are all cozy inside. Zabuton might be hibernating because they haven't come down from the tree lately. It snows here, but thankfully it doesn't pile up too much. If this region got heavy snowfall, it would have already flattened my hut. I am still a little worried, though. The food stored ahead of time should be enough to last. I don't have any real problems living here now, but I do wish I had some salt. For some reason, I've been feeling really lonely lately. Man, it's cold. How long has it been since I've gotten to talk to someone? At this rate, I might forget how to talk. Eventually, the cold started to ease up. The snow began to melt, and before long, it felt like spring. Something was happening with the puppies. They all entered the forest. It was time for them to leave the nest. Seeing them all grown up brought me some joy, and some sadness. As I found myself getting lost in those thoughts, nature... They came back a few days later. Apparently, they had all gone looking for partners. I wonder if he got into a fight with a rival. It's not easy being a dog. And there was one more surprise. After not seeing them for a while, Zabuton showed up with a bunch of kids. I guess she was a female. Well, this is all good news. Everyone has a bigger family now. To be honest, I'm jealous. And so there were more mouths to feed. That meant it was time to expand my crop fields. That's... Zabuton's ringing the alarm? Is something nasty headed this way? Kuro led me into the middle of the forest. Meeting someone new is always a surprise. That's definitely a little girl. Why is she in the middle of the forest? Why is she in this condition? Wait!
Help me, oh please, sir!
We can understand each other. Okay? I'm not sure what's going on here. but it's been a long time since I've heard someone else's voice. She grew?
Thank you for saving me.
Who the heck is she? Is she a monster or something dangerous like that? She got small again. So are you here to do us harm?
I'm not! So stop sicking your giant dogs on me!
But you sucked my blood just now.
I'm sorry, but I just couldn't help it. It's because of all your scary guard dogs. Come on, stop it!
Well, she seems harmless enough. According to her, us meeting was a complete coincidence. And the reason she sucked my blood was to recover her strength. She said that she used too much energy and couldn't maintain her body form or her clothes anymore. Why did they all even attack her in the first place?
I thought I was strong enough to take on one of them at least.
Okay then, so she was the one who attacked first. That said, I felt bad at how hard they'd beaten her up. So I offered to let her suck some more of my blood so that she could recover.
Huh?
It feels like she's sucking a lot of my blood, but I don't feel any effects from it. Is this another one of the perks of a healthy body?
I've never tasted blood so full of pure vitality. You must be living a really healthy life. What?
Aren't you smaller than last time?
Huh? But if I suck...
Take as much as you want.
Okay. I can't believe there's a place like this in the middle of this forest. Are all of these crops in this field you're doing? Oh, I've never seen this plant before. Ooh, what's this? The one here with the red fruit. They're really very pretty, so are they decorative plants?
They're tomatoes. You've not seen one?
I haven't. This is the first.
I see. I guess they aren't normal here. Let's see, which one looks good? Here. Wanna try?
You can eat them straight off the vine like that? The texture is definitely strange, but it tastes wonderful.
It really is nice to hear someone praise your work.
Hey then, is it okay if we see your other crops?
Sure.
I never thought I'd ever be able to learn about so many new species in a single day.
I guess that thing is magic. Makes sense since I'm in a different world. Her name is Lula Lucy. She's a vampire. Well, she already sucked my blood, so I shouldn't really be surprised now. She said that she's doing research on medicinal plants. And the reason she came to this forest was...
I got into a fight with some nobles. They were trying their best to steal my research away from me. After I ran away, they sent a real pain in the ass to chase me down. I decided it would be best for me to lay low somewhere until things cooled off. And that's when I heard about this forest. I thought it might help with my research as well, but I never thought this. I wonder how many days it'll take me to inspect everything here. It's all so very intriguing. Well, I guess I did almost totally get wiped out earlier. This place sure does live up to its savage reputation.
His reputation.
Oh, you don't know? But you live here.
Yeah,
And you tamed all those wild beasts.
or what you're talking about.
Anyways, about that magic you're using to farm. I've never seen a technique used to create stuff like that. Is that some kind of magic tool?
A magic tool, huh? Maybe.
Oh, what a crazy day it's been. You know, I've lived a long life, but I suppose that there are still a lot of things left for me to learn.
She's right. It's been a day of surprises. I can't believe I met her. Come to think of it, I don't know if something like this will ever happen again.
Hey, are you planning on continuing to live here? If you are, would it be alright if I came to visit again?
I have a request.
Huh?
If it's alright with you, would you stay here with me?
What? I would be awfully grateful if I could stay here to work on my research a little bit longer, but don't you think...
I want you to live here with me. I want you here forever.
Do you mean you want...
Exactly!
Ah! Wait, hold on a second. I mean, this is all just so very sudden.
I don't want to let this chance get away.
But I'd be putting your life in danger. There are some bad people who are after me.
So, I don't care.
And also, I'm a vampire.
I don't care! I'm surprised myself. I've never been good with other people. The reason I came here was to be alone, away from people. But living alone? I don't know how many more years I can handle that.
Okay, fine. I'm okay with it, but it's just all so sudden.
So then...
Then what? I'm okay with living here. It's not like I have anywhere else to go.
Really?
But we really have only just met each other.
We can get to know each other while we're living here together.
It's just so sudden. Well, I mean, it was such a sudden proposal.
A proposal?
You told me to stay and live here with you, right?
Oh, it's lonely here. I thought it'd be nice if you were here too.
Yeah, but when you asked me to be with you forever, that's what you meant, isn't it? You're getting embarrassed now?
No, it's just... Okay, so I proposed.
Is that not what you meant?
It is! It is exactly what I wished for! I implore you!
Come on. I told you okay now, didn't I?
Yay! Thank you!
I told you, you're moving too fast! Good morning.
Good morning. I never thought a simple greeting could make me so happy. Why did you get small again?
It's for my protection. You won't try to touch me as long as I look like this, right?
Yeah, I'll restrain myself.
So what is it you're working on now?
Well, I was thinking of trying to grow some sweet potatoes next.
Oh?
They're easy to prepare and eat, and since we have more people here... That's right. You're the first person to move in here. That makes you the first villager.
What do you mean? This is a village?
Well, it's still not at that level. You guys were living here first, weren't you? Bunch of kids. So really, that makes you about the 30th villager.
What kind of title is that? Does it matter now? I wanted to ask, do you think we can grow some of my medicinal herbs in this field?
I think we might be able to do that. Let's try it and find out.
Great! We'll have to find some way to get the seeds.
Actually, we don't need any seeds.
Huh? We don't?
Vampires really don't like mornings, do they? But still, having Lou living here with me has helped out in all sorts of ways.
That should do it. We should be set for lights now.
Wow, That's so amazing.
But all I did was basic magic. This dish really has a mild flavor to it. Do you prefer not to use salt when cooking your meals?
Nope, I just don't have any.
Huh?
There's no salt. I've been looking for a while, but I can't find any. I'm at the point where I'm about to... That's a pretty intense look on your face.
Well, of course it is. Right here. This is mostly salt. We can dissolve some, then boil it. That's a pretty intense look on your face. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What are we doing today?
Let me see. I was planning to check on the fruit trees.
Okay. First, I'm going to get washed up, and then I'll head over there. Look at these. Did you transplant them here?
Yeah. They need more time to grow than the vegetables. I tried oranges and peaches this time. I might try chestnuts next time.
Oh, I can't wait to try those once they're harvested.
By the way, the herb tea that Lou makes is pretty good, but I want to drink green tea. If I remember correctly, oolong tea and black tea are all made from processing the same leaves. What is it this time?
Please forgive my behavior! I understand that I was wrong for attacking you first.
I've seen this situation play out before.
Help! Anyone please rescue me! Don't let them hurt me!
Okay.
Yes, I think so.
Wow, that's amazing. It's nice to be able to use magic, huh?
So this is where you are hiding out, Lelouci! Stop resisting and come in quietly, or I'll have to...
Hey!
Jeez, I can't believe you hid in this forest of all places. Well, a lot of stuff happened. That was an awful experience back there. I know. They did that to me, too. To you as well? Yeah, they're pretty ruthless. Magic doesn't affect them much, plus they dodge spells. Fighting them is a death sentence. Yeah.
They seem to have a shared experience.
By the way, who is this person? Oh,
I'm Hira.
oh, this person is... Well, he's my husband. Your husband? You and Lelouci are a couple?
What? Yeah?
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I'm Hiraku. Her husband.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Tia, and as you can see, I'm an angel.
An angel? So, that means you serve God, right?
It's nothing that important. They're just a race of warriors that have more muscles than brains. How rude! There was a brief time period when we were an object of worship, you know.
So why is an angel like you chasing down Lou?
There's a bounty on her for all of the damage she caused from one of her rampages.
There's an actual bounty on your head?
Well, yeah, there was an annoying noble who kept forcing me to make medicine and drugs for them. They were so incessant with their demands that I felt the need to teach them a little. There's nothing little about it! She spends all her time researching strange medicines and concoctions, and then as soon as something bothers her, she starts blowing everything up. That's the problem. Stop making it sound like I've done that multiple times! There was just one accident! Regardless, the fact remains you besmirched the honor of a noble. Do you have any idea
They
just
seem
how
to get along
insanely high
pretty
your
well.
bounty is? Well, I do think I may have gone a little too far with that. I'm surprised you're willing to admit that. So anyways, the reason I ended up here is because I was running from Tia. After all, she is stronger than I am, but only by a little bit. Wow, Lelouci, I'm amazed you really have changed. Really admit to having any weaknesses. Yeah, well, I felt firsthand just how weak I really was. I see. Fighting that many should be against the rules. Yeah. Now, putting that stuff aside, do you want to live here too? What? Live here with you two? Yes, with us. Right?
I guess.
I'll show you around the crop fields and stuff. I'm sure you'll love it here as much as I do. Let's get going, okay? Yeah. Look. These are the crop fields. We grow lots of vegetables here. Wow. And this is our orchard. We have a lot of different kinds of fruit growing. Oh. This is... Zabuton! Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Maybe she doesn't like spiders.
Hey! We're about to go and harvest some crops. Come with us. It's a whole lot of fun. Okay. Did you plant all this stuff yourself, Hiraku?
Yeah,
I helped a little too.
we really needed some more hands. So thank you.
What? You expect me to do farm work around here too? Of course. Come on. Why does an angel...
Let's get started with the cabbage. There, you see? Give it a try, just like that.
Sure. These are heavy cabbages, huh?
Want to taste it? Here. Well, all I did was tear up some cabbage leaves and sprinkle salt.
It's delicious, really.
I'm glad.
Wow, I never knew fresh vegetables tasted so great.
Yeah, and the ones you actually grow yourself taste even better.
I think you're right about that. I think that's enough for today.
Yeah, that's a good amount.
That was pretty exhausting. It's nice to have so much, but harvesting them all is hard work.
Oh man, if only.
It's delicious. This red vegetable you call a strawberry is so sweet and tart.
It sure is.
This farming work is a lot more fulfilling. Right? Yes. Well, then that settles it. You're going to live here with us, right? Well, Right? Come on. My body won't be able to handle everything if it's just myself. Excuse me? What do you mean by that? Tia, I have to say this farming work really does suit you well. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Of course it was. Very well then, I guess we'll just have to leave it at that for now. More importantly, Hiraku, can we make a lot more strawberries?
I really wish that we could, but even if we expanded the crop fields, we couldn't keep up with all the harvesting. I think we're operating at maximum capacity.
Yeah, we really could use some more help around the farm. You can just work extra hard to make up the difference. What about you? Are you sure you haven't been slacking off?
I really don't think she is. Besides, if we grow too much of everything, then it's likely we won't be able to finish eating everything that we harvest. Oh, it's the new puppies. Their horns are already coming in. Good boy. Kuro and Yuki's children had children of their own. They've become quite a large family of dogs. Before long, the puppies will leave and find partners of their own.
Does that mean we'll have even more puppies later?
Now that you mention it, that hut isn't going to be big enough. And so, we decided to build a dog area next to the orchard. It looks kind of like a horse stable, but I'd like to think that it turned out well. I still haven't come up with names for the next generation after Kuro 1 and his siblings. I want to give them names, but there's just so many of them that it's hard to come up with something for everyone. On the other hand, Zabuton's children... What is it? Are riding the wind and starting a new journey. I guess they're all leaving. I was planning on turning the orchard into their new home. Oh well. It looks like some of them are still staying behind with us.
Hey, for a while too.
You're also going off somewhere and leaving us?
No, I won't be gone for too long, promise. Now then.
I wonder where she's going.
Well, she'll be back before you know it.
You think so? Farming life?
In another?
World. A few days later, Tia came back just like Lou said she would. And she brought a bunch of girls with her. So you're elves?
We're high elves, but you can call us elves if you like.
What's the difference?
Please introduce yourselves, everyone. I'm Leah. I'm Leaf. I'm Leecott. I'm Lise. I'm Lily. I'm Lita. I'm Lise.
You're all Lee.
You mean that our names all have Lee? We have similar names because we come from the same family. We came here after Tia suggested that we all move here. Please let us all live here with you.
Well,
The truth is, they all share a very sad and depressing backstory. They all used to live in a village far up into the north. But most of their people were wiped out after they got dragged into the war of the humans. Their race was scattered, and since then they've been wandering the land looking for a place they could settle down and call home.
Can to get by. And without a place to settle down, it will be impossible to repopulate our race. We ask that you help us.
Please help us! You can count on them to be excellent workers. I implore you to help them as well. I think it's a good idea for you to accept. I've heard the High Elves are a very talented race. I imagine you're all still pretty young, right?
I'm the oldest one within our group. I'm just over 400.
I'm the youngest one in the group, and I'm about 300.
I can't tell they're 100 years apart.
So, what do you think? Fine, right, Hiraku?
Well, we have a lot of different roommates here, but if you all promise to get along, then it's fine.
Thank you for letting us stay.
By the way, who are the other roommates staying here?
This is Sabaton. And these here are the Dots. Yeah, that's about how I expected it to go.
The number of people living here went up suddenly, so we needed a place for them to stay. Leah said the 7 of them all wanted to live together, so we decided to build them one big house. First, we started with the ditch and the wooden fence. Then we made them their own toilet and garbage disposal area.
A tree that's harder than steel.
He caught it like nothing.
When it comes to construction, they know more than I do. And they're all really handy, too. I even got to learn a lot about how to process lumber and fit the logs together from them. I just followed their orders. I focused on digging holes, leveling the ground, and gathering lumber for them. It took us 10 days, and then...
It's finally done.
Yeah.
That's amazing. It's so much nicer than our little hut, isn't it? It really is.
Jealousy.
Is he sulking? It looks like it.
But now I've learned it. Their technique.
Oh.
It might be a good idea to try rebuilding the little hut we've been sleeping in. The house is shaped like a rectangle that stretches from east to west. Just past the entranceway, there's a large living room that doubles as a dining room. It's a place to work on things together, or where they can all eat. Sitting on both the left and right sides of the living room are storage rooms. The living room is an open design that covers the first and second floors. The lighting is done with magic, and the second floor room sits on top of the storage rooms. The second floor is where their individual rooms are, safe and at peace.
It looks like they've all gotten used to settling down here. Yeah, the vegetable harvesting seems to be going great.
Yeah. They're eating raw garlic they just picked? That's pretty wild. Huh? You use fire and you eat meat too?
Yeah, of course we do.
Whenever I think of elves, I think of a race that lives in the woods and is one with nature and hates fire and stuff.
Where'd you get that silly idea?
Am I wrong?
How is anyone supposed to live without having the use of fire?
Like I said, one with nature.
How exactly?
Well, you see, you wake up with the sunrise, you go to sleep when it sets. You eat fruit from the trees. You love the forest trees. And you refuse to wear anything made of metal.
Excuse me, Hiraku.
Huh?
Don't misjudge how harsh nature is. If you tried living like that in the forest, you would surely die right away.
I see then.
Good.
They really are hardcore survivalists.
By the way, if it's okay, as thanks for letting us all live here, we were planning on doing some mining and blacksmithing work for you.
Huh? You can do that?
We can't iron.
I always imagined the dwarves handled the blacksmithing. I guess that's different in this world. Following Leah's instruction, they put together a smithing workstation. They put charcoal and iron sand taken from the river into the earthen furnace and heated up. Then they hammered the melted iron to process it. This is amazing! We're advancing!
Thank you very much.
You can really do everything, can't you?
Well, yeah. That tends to happen when you spend 200 years wandering without a home.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The only things we couldn't do were settle down and finally reproduce.
Well, we already took care of one of those. I thought it would be for the best if I didn't say anything about the second thing she mentioned. I'm really happy you guys all came to live here.
Me too. I'm happy to hear that you feel that way about us, Hiraku.
Let's stop here for today.
Excuse me. I'm pretty sure I saw a wheat field out over there. Is that right?
Yeah, we have a wheat field, but we already processed and harvested it into flour to store.
If it's all right with you, I would like to bake some bread for everyone.
Some bread? What's that?
If you use the stuff in here, it makes the bread rise up when it bakes. This is going to be wonderful.
That freshly baked bread tasted amazing.
This is delicious. It really is. We're all very happy to hear that you enjoy it. That's an understatement.
That jar must have had a natural yeast to make the bread rise inside of it. Now that we can bake bread, I'd like to expand the wheat fields. I might be late in asking, but does this land we're on belong to anyone?
You mean like this forest here?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone owns this plot of land or anything. But I guess it's under the control of the Demon Lord.
The Demon Lord?
Yeah.
That sounds terrifying.
Is there some sort of problem?
Well, it's just... Do you think the Demon Lord is going to have a problem with me building all these crop fields and stuff here?
Is that what you're worried about? Started building all this?
No, not at all.
Then there's nothing to worry about. If you built this place all on your own, then the land belongs to you.
I guess that's how it works.
That's how it works.
Hiraku is really full of surprises.
He surprised me a lot at first, too. Not only did he tame all those inferno wolves by himself without causing any harm, but he tamed a demon spider, too. He's definitely special.
And all these crops as well. Is the soil here really good enough to grow vegetables like this?
Who knows? I never got to asking him. I'm pretty sure he has a very green thumb. That said, it's surprising how lacking he is in knowledge about the world.
I know what you mean. He was saying that he thought elves were a race that didn't use fire or eat meat, that were one with nature.
Are you serious? Not only that, but he didn't seem to know what angels were either.
That goes a few steps beyond lacking knowledge.
You're right.
Oh yeah? Maybe I'll ask Leah and the elves to help me out. There's lots of work to do tomorrow. Now then, time to get today's work started. What, Sabutan? A bee? It's huge. What will you do with it? Are you going to eat it? So then, you'll keep it as a pet? Yeah, it might be dangerous. Oh, it won't fight back anymore? Okay, got it. There we go. I built a little house for the bee's nest near the orchard. They built a big nest inside in about 10 days. The worker bees are all busy taking care of their jobs. By the way, only the queen is that big. The worker bees are all normal-sized. If I leave them here like this, I wonder if they'll make honey that I can harvest. The crops in the field have flowering plants, but maybe I should plant a flower garden nearby if I want to harvest honey.
Hello? Miracle!
Maybe she's been stung before.
What's this?
Reservoir. Or at least it will be one day. I planned on drawing water from the river through a waterway, but I've been busy with other stuff lately.
I see then. How far have you progressed with the waterway construction?
Not even far enough to decide what I'm going to make out of it yet. There's actually quite a bit of distance between here and the river.
First, we need to decide what to build it out of.
Let's see. I've always pictured waterways as built from stone.
I think it would be a bit difficult to find stone to work with around here.
Then, should we use wood?
Well, we certainly do have a lot of wood here. But if we have a long waterway, the gaps in the wood will cause quite a bit of leakage.
In that case, we'll use this. I compacted dirt using the almighty tool. It's about as hard as concrete. This should work great.
As what?
Never mind. I actually had a mountain of dirt left over from digging out the reservoir that I wasn't sure what to do with. We went right into mass production mode.
2, 1.
Next! We built an intake gate for the water using dirt and placed parts of the waterway on top of it.
Okay. A little more this way.
I let the elves handle the basic foundation work.
Good work.
Good work!
I focused on sealing the seams and strengthening the foundation. Thanks to all of their hard work, the construction moved along a lot faster than I was expecting. Now we won't have to climb in and out of the well for water every day.
Yeah, this should make watering the crops easier too.
Oh, look at this. I haven't been able to catch any, but now that we have access to the river, I can finally eat fish. I just need to decide how I'm going to prepare them. You know, the rabbits in this forest may be really vicious, but the fish here seem to be pretty normal. I'm really glad that they're so easy to...
Aren't those fish from the Forest of Death Waters? Yeah, those are the really vicious ones too. I wonder if it's safe to eat those.
Here you go, just for you.
Oh no! You're the one who made it!
Are you sure? Then I'll help myself. Oh. It looks and tastes just like salmon.
Like ham?
Forget what I said. Here, don't be shy. Eat up.
This is so delicious.
So, would you all like to try some? They all loved it, so we quickly went through it all. But after that, we caught more and preserved it with salt so we could store them. I decided to try tilling with the hoe while thinking about rice plants, and rice plants popped up. I didn't know that they could grow in normal soil, but now that we have the waterways built here, we're building a rice paddy.
Did you say a patty?
I'm just getting started here.
Are you building a pond too? Oh, I know what it is. You're going to keep fish here, right?
I guess that's how it looks. Now, I'm going to need you all to help me with this next part.
What? What should we do? It's all slimy.
Okay, everyone, let's plant all these seedlings. The girls were a little nervous at first, but they got the hang of it. The rice planting went off without a hitch. I put Zabuton's children in charge of keeping pests out of the area. I'm not sure if it was thanks to the water or the almighty farming tool. But the rice plants grew much faster than I expected them to. And now it's time to harvest. I had Leah and the girls help me with this too.
So, what exactly are we doing?
We're drying them so we can get all the moisture out.
Huh. You know about all kinds of interesting things, don't you?
I just happened upon this. That's right. I just happened to watch an idol doing this on TV one time.
So these are the crops you grew in that paddy then? What are you going to do with them now?
We'll thresh them.
You'll thresh them?
Yep.
Ah.
Let's see. I'm pretty sure the old thresher I saw in a museum looks something like this. That's the gist of it. Next, we put them through a sieve to get rid of any remaining leaves or plant matter. Then we use a mortar to remove the husk from the rice. And now we use a pestle to polish the rice.
This stuff really takes a lot of work. Yeah. Can you not eat it if you don't go through all these steps? Are you finally finished?
Yeah.
So that means we can eat it now, doesn't it?
No, not yet.
Oh.
Cooking the rice. If I remember, the way to cook rice in a kettle, first you start it nice and slow, and then, once it rises, cut the heat and simmer. Add a fistful of straw to the fire, then no matter what happens, don't lift the lid.
Was that a spell? Dunno. I've never heard it before.
Hey, Lou,
Huh?
Could you use your magic to light the fire?
Sure, I'd be happy to. It's finally time for the great Sage Lord Lucy to show what she can do! I'll blast you one and all into smithereens!
It's supposed to be slow, so a low flame.
Aw, come on, how incredibly boring. I wonder what kind of food he's making this time.
I'm not sure what he's making, but I'm curious to see what the spell did.
Oh, it came out perfect.
It's done now, right?
Not yet.
Oh.
This thing here is what he spent all that time making?
Yeah. If you're going to try rice, then I think rice balls are the way to go.
Well, after you then.
Fine, I'll do it.
It's delicious.
Glad to hear.
Where's that? This is the fish from the other day.
Yeah, the saltiness goes with the rice.
Now I feel like all that hard work was worth it.
This is my happiest moment as a farmer here yet. Huh? Are they good? Well, it looks like they're a hit. I'll just have to work harder and make more. Next time, I think I'll do a different filling. We should stop here for today.
Okay.
Apparently they can all clean themselves off with magic. Well, I did build a waterway, so I'll give it a shot.
You're building a bath?
Yeah,
What's a bath exactly?
it's a place where you wash your body with warm water. A furnace to heat up the water. A tub to hold the water. A place to wash your body. I want to put a changing room in there too.
Can't we just wash ourselves in a river or something?
Isn't it too cold during the winter?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Just trust me, baths are great! I want to build one, no matter what it takes! It's good for your circulation!
We'll help you build it.
And so, construction began right away. The furnace was made from blocks of dirt compacted with the hammer. We fed it water brought in from the waterway. And the most important part of the bath, the tub itself. I want to make it as big as possible. We made stools to sit on in the washing area.
It seems to be going well. What is it?
I'm just now noticing this. Pulling water from the river is fine and all, but is it okay to put our wastewater back into the river from our bath?
If that's what you're worried about, we can just use slimes.
Some slimes?
Yeah, they're nature's cleaning machines.
Aren't those weak-looking monsters that are actually really dangerous and end up being the #1 cause of death in new adventurers?
That's not how it is at all. I'll go catch some! All done.
She grabbed them from near the earlier village. Will you eat this? Okay, got it. I built a purification pool for the slimes in the wastewaterway.
If we put slimes in the toilet, they'll clean everything nasty in there for us.
I'm glad they'll do that, but I don't know if I have the courage to do my business right above a slime's head. And just like that, the wastewater problem was solved. Now I just need to grab some firewood and the bath will be ready to go. A mushroom. I've actually been too afraid to eat any of the mushrooms in this forest because I didn't know which ones might be poisonous.
You made the right choice. Things like this are really hard to tell apart.
They're pretty much edible if you cook them thoroughly.
If you'd like me to, I'd be happy to eliminate them.
Huh? Is that what we're talking about? The residents all had different opinions. And grow all the mushrooms I knew. I'm not sure if this was the right way to do it. Shiitake again! I completely forgot about the bath. Now I'm going to teach you how to use the bath. Take your clothes off in the changing room. However, before you get into the tub, you first need to rinse and lightly wash yourself off in the washing area.
Excuse me. It would be very helpful if you could demonstrate.
You want me to show you? First you get undressed. Then you rinse yourself. Then you wash yourself. Finally, get into the bath and... it's the best. I can really feel it. How long has it been since I bathed like this? I wasn't allowed to get into a bath while I was hospitalized. Huh? Zoned out. So anyways, that's how you enjoy a bath.
It's nice to be able to relax and wash ourselves like this.
Sorry. No, it's just that... I'll get off first, so you all can just take your time.
Why's that? This way we don't need to heat up the water again.
Well, yeah, you're right about that, but still, I'm too embarrassed to relax with them all around me right now. In the end, there wasn't much time for me to relax while in the bath. I should have built a separate men's bath.
Wouldn't that just be a private bath for you? No fair, you can't have a bath for just you.
Is that what you guys think? Looks like it worked. Maybe I'll make a mushroom hot pot tonight. What? The dogs found 5 new elves in the forest and brought them here.
I'm Latha.
I'm Lasha.
I'm Lulasha. I'm Lalu.
I'm Lami.
You're all Law?
Oh, you mean our names are Law?
The reason our names are...
You're all related, right?
That's right. You already knew that?
Do they all want to live here too?
They do. They used to live in the same village as all of us.
Since we left, we've been living our lives as mere wanderers. It's been 200 years since we've seen them.
200? You must have had a really rough time. It's fine by me. If you'd like, you can live with us.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's start building you all a house to make some improvements to your house.
Well, there are more people. I guess it's getting kind of cramped.
We'll help you with the work, so don't worry.
Oh, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, everyone, let's get started on today's work.
Okay.
And to ensure the revival of our race, let's start making children.
Yeah!
I'm not sure how they intended to make children, but it's nice to see they're so optimistic.
Let's start now.
What?
It's time to make houses.
Yeah, let's go! Farming life.
In another?
World.
Let's start making children.
Yeah!
It appears the number of females in my master's pack has increased again. My name is Kuro. Before I met my master, I didn't have a name to call my own. Starting from the moment I was born, I spent my whole life in this forest alone. I never lost a single fight to another male. I planned on living my whole life doing whatever I pleased and hunting when I needed to eat. But one day, I met a female. After my complete loss to that female, we began to travel together. Sometime after that, her belly started to grow, and soon she gave birth to our children. There are animals in this forest who lead around packs of their little ones. When I thought about how that would become my life one day, it didn't seem so bad. But then, our luck took a turn for the worse. We ran into the one they call the Grappler Bear, the king of this forest. I don't know if he decided on a whim to spare us, or if he was just full, but he didn't eat us. We were still gravely injured, and as a result, we couldn't hunt for food. We'd become so weak that our former prey had driven us away. We found ourselves at the center of this forest, a place where even the Grappler Bear doesn't dare to tread. What we did find there was a human male. I always thought that people living in the forest kept themselves hidden and never stayed in one place for too long. How could someone so obviously weak-looking survive here all by himself? It was that. I felt a limitless power coming from that tool. We thought our lives were over, and we'd already made our peace with that. He shared his prey with us. He took care of us. This is the meat of a gate boar. I'm impressed that he was able to hunt such a great beast. We don't have any desire to fight him. The female and I have decided that this male will be our master. Our master gave us names as well as a home to live in. The meat he cleans for us and the vegetables he cooks are delicious. But the most delicious part of an animal is the innards. Throwing that away is a terrible waste. Before long, our children grew up and our family got bigger. Our master also became the leader of a large pack of his own. Looking at all the females he leads, I can't help but think that he must be more than just a weak human as I once thought he was. My only concern now is our master doesn't seem to understand. He's unaware that we are the terrifying monsters known as the Inferno Wolves. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. Right now, I'm just thankful that my good fortune led me here to him.
Looking at it now, it is huge.
Keep on digging deeper. We're going to add a cellar.
You want me to keep going?
We need giant support beams, too.
And here comes the swing. 4! Yep. I had an inkling it would turn out like this, but still.
And Tia and I helped come up with a new design, right? Of course! We also addressed the requests of the future residents while you built.
I'm a resident too, you know.
It just wouldn't have felt right, Hiraku, if you didn't have the nicest house here. Let's tour the interior.
Oh. Looks a lot like the house you live in, Leah.
Right now, we're in the main hall. We designed it so that everyone could gather here and hang out. And Hiraku, this is your room here.
Oh. I like it.
And opposite your room, across the main hall, is the dining room.
This is impressive.
There's a kitchen in the back. We even set up more stoves outside.
So, this is the cellar, huh? This will be great for storing food and firewood.
I was hoping we have now.
Looks like you like your rooms.
Yeah.
So what's this room over here, then? This one has a bolt lock for some reason. Why did they put one here? I'll pretend I didn't see that.
It's really exciting to finally see our new house like this. I love everything about it.
Looking up at that tree from here makes it feel like it's watching over us. This house is great, Leah.
Thank you for saying so. After you've spent the winter here, I want you to tell me if you feel any of it's unsatisfactory so that we may fix it.
As you wish. There we go. In addition to my god statue, I decided to make some statues of my dogs. I put them in front of the entrances to the new homes. Yeah, this is shaping up pretty nicely. This looks like all the main ingredients.
I overdid it out there and now I'm starving. What are we eating for our meal today?
I'm going to try and see if I can manage a new dish we haven't tried.
A new dish we haven't tried yet?
Yeah, it's a dish called curry.
Then does that mean that this curry is a difficult dish to put together?
Well, it can be easy, but mastering it takes some work. Usually, you just add roux to the pot and be done.
So that's the kind of stuff you're into? You savage!
What are you talking about?
Wow. I didn't know you planted all these crop fields too.
I've been working at it bit by bit.
There are a lot of plants here I don't recognize.
Yep, that's because there are a lot of plants here that normally can't grow in climates with snowfall. With the almighty farming tool, I can grow plants that are really sensitive to seasonal weather. The almighty tool really does it all. Okay, let's harvest the spices we're gonna need for the curry. First up is cumin.
That's a cute sounding name for a plant. It looks already dried out.
Once the flower blooms, the seed left behind makes for a good spice, and is most responsible for curry's aroma.
What a peculiar smell this seed has.
Next up is turmeric. It's the thing that gives curry its color. The part we care about is the root, but the part that grows above ground is pretty huge. We dry out the root and use that.
Dry out.
I ended up asking the girls to dry them out for me.
Dry out becomes...
Magic is really handy. The seeds up in the powder to use.
This one has a nice and fresh fruit-like aroma.
Yeah. The green leaves up top are an herb called cilantro. These always have a potent aroma. You want to eat this? Well, I guess we like different flavors.
Did you see that? Yeah. That's a plant capable of driving off inferno wolves. I think that one will be worth researching.
Next, we have black pepper and cayenne peppers. Great, these are all the spices I'll need. Wait, hold on. I heard that girls think guys who make their own curry from scratch are a pain in the ass. I wonder if that's really true. Alright, this feels pretty authentic. By the way, are you my only helper, Leah?
Yes. Lou and Tia said they're busy with research. They said something about an all-powerful magical protection talisman.
Whatever. We can handle it together. First, we start by heating up the rapeseed oil we extracted. Then we go ahead and add in the rabbit meat.
Okay.
While that's cooking, we grind up all the spices except for the cumin into a powder.
Is this enough for the meat, or does it need more time?
It looks good. Once you've got some color on the meat, take it off the heat so it doesn't overcook. Cook the cumin into the leftover bits and juices from the meat to bring out the flavor and aroma. Be careful not to burn them. It's already starting to smell like curry.
Wow, I've never smelled this before.
Next, we need to focus on sautéing the onions, ginger, and garlic. Move them around like so, and then sauté them without burning them. Now we add the diced tomatoes, and keep on sautéing everything.
Would you like me to stir for a bit?
Thanks. Once it's turned into a nice paste, we can move on. Spices in, boom. We add salt, too. Cook it a little more, then we add in the meat and boiled soybeans along with some water.
It already smells delicious.
Now we let it simmer until the meat gets soft.
Do we just need to wait for it now?
Yeah, we wait for it to cook. Could it be? The naan!
What is naan?
It's naan! Naan!
It's naan? Naan?
I was so focused on the curry that I forgot about it completely. Should I just make rice? No, I want naan with this curry. How many portions do I need to make? Me, Blue, Tia, and if I add the elves, that makes... Well, it makes a lot. It's the same recipe as bread, right up to where it rises. The difference is that now we roll the dough out with a rolling pin.
Right. We're going to cook it now, right, Hiraku?
Yeah, that's right. You're supposed to cook it inside of the stove, but I've seen people use the outside of a pot before, so we'll try that.
What an interesting little plant this herb turned out to be. It doesn't appear to be poisonous. Oh, what are they up to? I can smell something appetizing coming from over there. Oh, and we haven't eaten yet today. Yeah, you're right.
And here's the last one. Great, and now for this. It should be just about done now.
This is curry, you said? It took up a little courage to try eating it.
You don't need to be so shy. I think it probably came out pretty well. You scoop up the curry with the naan. That's why it's flat like this. It's great! This is actual curry. I can smell all the spices throughout it.
Huh?
Oh my! This spiciness seems like it could become addicting. The ratio of spices you use changes the flavor, right? This will definitely be worth researching.
Every bite I take makes me want to eat even more of it.
I'm so glad to hear you all enjoyed it so much. Well, it's got a pretty unique taste, so if you don't really like it, there's no need to force yourself to eat it. Hey, girls, would you mind leaving a little curry and naan for me too, please?
Well, it really does work. Well, it is pretty spicy.
I'm glad the customers liked it, but now I'm sold out. This isn't the first time it's happened.
Wow, I'm stuffed. I definitely want to eat that again soon.
I've pretty much memorized the recipe.
Well, they all liked it, so I guess that's what's important. But still, eating just a few bites of curry really makes you hungry. Farming life.
In another
World. This year's winter started to draw near. Once the snow starts to fall, we'll spend most of our days inside the house. We'll need to finish our winter preparations before that happens. We should be all right with this much firewood. Hey! Zabuton! I brought you something! When it gets cold outside, Zabuton hibernates at the top of the tree. Right, that's good. I made sure to ask for extra blankets ahead of time. Thanks again! We really needed these. Hey! Good work!
You too. Good work.
Leah, along with the elves, are going to keep working on the forge and some other projects through the winter. Huh? I'm having Lou and Tia preserve some food for the winter. We season the meat, then smoke it and dry it. Kuro and the dogs won't be able to. That's why I want to stock up on as much as possible. Well, I think we'll be okay as far as meat goes. Right now I'm working on a way to preserve vegetables. The vegetables go into the boxes on top. Then they're covered in a sheet. And then we cover them with snow. It's called snow storage. The bottom boxes collect water from the snow to keep the vegetables dry. I'll try it out as soon as it snows.
Here I go.
Huh?
I'm going to burn all of you to ashes. You're not supposed to burn them. I'm just messing around.
I wish I could use magic. Even though I knew it wouldn't work, watching them use magic every day made me feel like I needed to try it for some reason. I wonder why.
Ignition may be a low-level spell, but you still can't go and use it without studying magic.
Yeah, guess you're right about that. You all make it look so easy that I just thought maybe I could do it too. I tried copying it, but naturally it didn't work.
The golems Tia summons are difficult to use even among other magic users.
Then doesn't that mean...
Well, yeah, but I can do a lot of cool magic too, you know.
Of course, I know. But still, you guys are all amazing. I'm glad that I have you for help. All I've been doing around here is some garden work and cooking.
What are you talking about? You're the most amazing one here.
I am?
Living out here like this for as long as you have already, that's not something just anyone can do.
If you say so.
I do. No one's been able to do something like this till now. It's just you. You're the only one that has.
Really?
Yep.
And so, winter had arrived. The snow began piling up. I think that's it. We were spending more time indoors, so we needed things to do for fun. I started with a classic, Reversi. Then I built a chess set, as well as a mahjong set. You play the game with black and white pieces. When you surround the opponent's piece, you flip it to your color. The game ends when the board is filled and whoever has the most pieces wins. Those are the rules.
What a simple-sounding game. Is it really all that fun to play then? How short-sighted of you. It's the simple design that allows for complicated strategies to be developed.
You're right on. It's amazing you know that just from hearing the rules.
It's nothing. Right. I challenge you to a game now, Tia. If that's what you desire. After all, we've entered a temporary truce since we started living here together. Then I suppose it's time we settled the score.
Let's try to relax some.
I'll be white.
That means that Tia gets to move first.
Then I'm black.
Fine. This is definitely a win for the white team.
Oh no! My hand just slid!
She's the type that likes to hit the reset.
Sorry about that, Tia. Since we don't know where the pieces were, we'll just need to start over. But what's that look for?
Pressing reset doesn't work against her.
Don't you find it embarrassing to use your magic like that? Not as embarrassing as flipping the board because you think you're about to lose the game. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? We're playing the best of three. Fine, Amy. I accept your challenge.
It looks nice and peaceful over there.
What? Here? amazing, Kuro.
He understands the rules? They're actually playing the game right. At a glance, this seems cute. But I can feel a terrifying energy coming from them. I better not challenge any of them to a game.
Is your game done? I'm sure I'm not going to lose to the dogs.
Lou, I don't think that's a good idea.
Come on, what do you say we play around?
As I expected, she didn't have the courage to press the reset button. Even Kuro shouldn't be able to fully understand the game of Mahjong yet. It's far too complicated.
This one?
It might seem a little childish, but I'm going to take revenge for Lou now. Richie!
Then I called Sumo. No, wait, I mean Roan.
That's Roan for me too. At least I think so.
Double Roan? Wait, the Yasume should save... Huh? Me? What? Are you kidding me right now? It's the 13 orphans?
Hey, isn't this hand the one they call Yakuman?
It seemed complicated at first, but the game is pretty simple.
Let's see. Hiraku doesn't have any points left, so Kuro wins the game.
Kuro, you're number one. I figured playing only board games all day wouldn't be good for our health, so I built a mini bowling set.
Good luck, Hiraku.
I'm definitely not just mad that I lost at Mahjong. Come on!
8 wins, not bad. The arsonist and the serial killer are really hard to take down, aren't they?
The scam artist up front is real tough, too.
These nasty-sounding titles are ones we've given to each of the pins here. They were just normal pins I'd carved at first, but
Why must we hit them?
Lou hit me with that question. So I decided the best answer was to take out the bad guys.
I'm up next.
I don't know if it's because they enjoyed the simplicity of it, but the bowling was a big hit with them. And so, we spent our winter inside together, nice and cozy, while playing games. And those days went by faster than we thought they would. The snow melted, and spring came. What a lovely morning. It's gotten nice and warm outside.
Good morning. Do today.
There are a few things. I just want to finish planting the crops soon. I think it's time Zabuton woke up from her hibernation. We still have some potatoes, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Based on the number of taps, it should be coming from this direction.
Up there.
Something big is headed here. What is that thing? A dragon?
No, it's a wyvern. It can't be.
Perhaps it should be coming from this direction.
Up there!
Something big is headed here. What is that thing? A dragon?
No, it's a wyvern! It can't be.
I never expected a monster like that to show up here. Should I try to drive it away? No, maybe it'll just ignore us and pass through here.
We must defend Blue!
Hurry, we need to put out the fires!
This is bad. Yeah, should we attack? I'm not sure we can pierce its barrier.
I need to make a decision, and fast. Should we try to escape into the forest? No, that won't work. He can follow us from the sky. I just need to drive him away. But how? I can't worry about that now. I need to do something. I need to protect everyone. What is this? Is this a spear? Why? It doesn't matter. Right now, I'm going to take this power and crush him!
We managed to put out all the fires. There was some damage to the crop fields, but all of the buildings are fine.
I see. It looks like I managed to take it down. Are there a lot of these creatures?
There are some places where they live, but running into one of them that's this large is a very rare occurrence.
Is there any possibility that someone sent this wyvern here to attack us?
No, I don't think so. Even if this wyvern was under someone's command, they wouldn't send such a rare and valuable creature off on its own to attack. It's most likely a wild creature acting alone.
I see. Then, I guess we can safely say that this was nothing more than a rare incident. By the way,
What is it, Hiraku?
is it okay to eat this?
Wyvern meat is said to be a delicacy. In fact, enough wyverns to hunt them and bring them back for the king to taste for himself. Great story, Lou. But I'm pretty sure that ended with all of them getting burned to death and then swallowed whole by the wyverns. So...
Here's the meat in question. This is a wyvern round steak, grilled with spices. I wrapped the breast meat in leaves and steamed it. And for the tail meat, I made a stew with vegetables.
I thought it would be really tough and gristly, but this meat is super tender and juicy.
And to think a regular knife couldn't even pierce its skin, but now it's so soft.
This delicacy is just a delicious. I can't understand.
This broth tastes amazing. Every bite of meat I take has more flavor than the last.
Hey, you think you could have blocked Hiraku's spear? No, not even close. That attack pierced a 3-layer barrier from a wyvern, and then blew right through its chest like it was nothing. Maybe it was a stroke of luck that Kuro and the dogs were who we ran into first when we came here. Yeah, you're right.
What's the matter? Did I not get all the bones?
No, it's just we're blessed to enjoy our meals in good health. That's right. We thank fate for smiling on us.
It's no big deal.
You say a wyvern was taken down? Enough of these jokes.
No, the report we received is true.
Impossible! One of those things drawing near requires that we mobilize our entire military force. There's no way.
He was attacked from the ground and killed in 2 hits.
Absurd! Enough of these jokes!
It's true.
We can't fight that! And we just finished getting this year's budget approved. No, it's a joke, right?
Stop saying that. Now, before panic begins to spread among our citizens, it's our job as the generals to handle this.
I've got it! Let's resign!
Please don't. Don't run away from this, Rondon.
Did you see it, Gucci?
Yes, I saw it with my own eyes.
And what do you think would happen if I were to receive such an attack?
It would pierce cleanly through you.
What do we do?
It would be foolish to attack.
Yes, definitely.
The wyvern meat was every bit as delicious as it was said to be, but missing from the meal.
Oh, are we going to start now? Is it finally time?
Huh? Yeah. We're making alcohol. If we're making alcohol out of grapes, then it's going to be wine. Apparently, wine exists in this world. So everyone was excited and quickly harvested the grapes. Now all that's left is to squash the grapes and let them ferment. To do that, we built this.
We're going to walk on top of these?
Yeah, make sure to stomp them real good.
I'm a little hesitant to stomp on something that we're going to drink.
If you get tired, you can switch with someone.
What about you?
Oh, me? I'm switching the barrels as they fill up. By the way, these barrels were built by the High Elf Elisha because she knows how to make containers that are watertight. I had her make them right away. All right, you guys can start now.
Wow, you really sink into them. Am I doing it right?
Great, now let's see. Move in a circular motion around the whole thing.
Okay. Let's go in this direction.
Okay.
Okay. Oh no!
Are you all right?
I think so.
Sorry, Tia. I bumped into you.
Not at all. That was my fault. You know, this would be easier if we had a way to keep our rhythm. It might keep all of our movements in sync.
Good point.
I have an idea. We can use that song we used to sing. It helped us before when we worked in the village.
Oh yeah, that just might work.
A song from your village? Yeah, that's right. It goes like this. 1 and 2, 3, go. Shingan di baso sen stam baso daddy da be. Daddy sen daddy dan bam dam baso daddy dan de. Ramin ben balikas be bren udin almete. Mani dan halbe shani dan bam dam baso daddy dan de.
Looks like they found their rhythm.
Come on! Me too.
Huh? But
Let's go!
Hey, wait! That was a lot of work today.
I'm exhausted, but that was a lot of fun.
Now the yeast on the skin of the grape should ferment this for us. I wonder if we made too much.
I wouldn't worry about it.
I'm sure we'll have no problem drinking it all.
Totally. I can't wait to drink it.
Don't tell me we didn't make enough.
See? Look how much fun he's having. So can't you forgive me already?
Absolutely not. You mistakenly punished an innocent human soul, and then sneakily tried to save him, only to end up sending him to the dreaded forest of death. And you gave him that spear! I can't believe you gave him a replica of the Holy Lance Scribe!
Well, right now he's only using it as a farming tool. Plus, I got permission, remember?
You didn't tell me you were giving that to a human! That thing will drain all of their life force and kill them instantly!
But he's doing fine right now. I'm sure it's because he has super fast recovery abilities since I gave him such a healthy body this time around.
I'm telling you that you were too careless! Why is the statue that's supposed to be me a grizzled old man?
Yeah, that is not my fault!
No excuses! Has punishment you will sit like that for 300 years!
Please forgive me, my daughter!
I'm sensing deja vu here.
Flora? My dear sister!
They're actually related?
Yes, it was not long after I figured out that you were being chased by that black-hearted angel, I decided to follow you all the way here. Who did you say was black-hearted?
Why is she here?
It was just an expression. It's
Apparently,
something you
Flora
can
is
do.
also a vampire.
Is to hear
And
Lou
she's
loving
related to
you.
Lou.
Hey, sister, help me.
Since you're already here, why not relax and stay with us for a while?
Okay. I'm having a hard time believing he's Lou's husband. Something feels off about all this. No, never mind! He's the one in charge here, and he's the master of all these inferno wolves. He even took down a giant wyvern. I see now.
Don't worry about it. So anyways, you guys are wolves, Kuro? I had no idea. What's the inferno part mean? Wow! That's amazing!
You've been living with them this whole time and didn't know? I believe they're well-known magical beasts.
You can think of this as an apology for Kuro and the wolves. We went ahead and made dinner for you.
It's great! This is fantastic! What's that soft white stuff?
Oh, that's called tofu. After a lot of tries, I finally got it right.
It's made from a bean called soybean. Wow! This is made from beans?
Flavoring soup with salt is fine and all, but I really wanted some miso. Plus, I wanted to be able to put soy sauce on other stuff.
Miso? And soy sauce?
Miso and soy sauce are made from fermented soybeans and help to flavor food.
Fermented?
Basically, it seems in this world, fermented foods like wine and cheese exist. However, they aren't aware of the microorganisms that actually cause fermentation.
I see. If tiny organisms we aren't able to see with our eyes exist, or without magic, then that would serve to explain all of this. Come on,
It seems
you're
that,
top,
like
Flora.
Lou,
Pick one.
she's also passionate about her research.
I have found a fascinating new subject for my research. I will bring the wonders of miso and soy sauce to all that I cross. And then there will come a day when I will feast upon miso soup and cold tofu forever.
After staying a few days, Flora left with great haste and excitement so she could make preparations to move.
I have returned!
Okay.
That was way faster than I thought. You even brought the maids with you.
Nice to meet you. My name is Anne, and I speak on behalf of the other maids as their rep. We ask that you put us to use as you so see fit, Master.
You don't really need to be that formal. By the way, what are those? I mean, those are just normal cows, right?
That's right. I made sure to bring the right cows with me that would give us milk.
Oh, this is great! Now we can make butter and cheese!
Excuse me!
What the? That's close.
I need to leave here for a short while.
Sure. Ooh.
I have now returned.
Okay.
And I have brought my underlings here with me as well.
My name is Gram Maria.
I'm Kudel. I'm Corone. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
I'm Daga, the representative of the Lizardmen.
Also, I prepared this as well. It's a chicken.
Does it breathe fire?
It does not.
What about eggs?
It lays them.
That's great. Thanks to everyone here, this place got a lot more civilized.
For the rooms on this side, Lamulius, I want them dusted before we wash the floors.
Understood, miss.
Oh, sorry for interrupting.
It's fine.
The maids that arrived belong to a race of ogres. I guess it's to be expected since they're professionals, but as soon as they showed up, all our chores got done a lot faster. However, the inhabitants of this world don't seem to cook any complicated dishes. Right! I tried to teach them all the different methods of cooking that I knew. Dressing salads, steaming. It seems like I got them interested in cooking all at once.
Dinner is served. Today.
Oh, wow. So those things are called killer rabbits, huh? This looks wild. They're all very strong, despite their appearances. They display both proper manners and a bit of power. Then there are the angels that Tia brought.
Now then, you are all to patrol a different region of the forest.
Gran Maria, Kudel, and Corone. I was wondering why they all showed up in such serious-looking armor. It seems that after the Wyvern attack, Tia planned on having them act as our security on the premises. I feel safer having them around. The lizard men are in charge of all labor that requires strength outdoors. Thanks to them, our construction work is moving even faster now. By the way, I had their leader Daga tie a scarf around his arm. I feel bad, but I'm not able to tell them apart otherwise.
Makes sense in a way.
Now that I think about it, this place is really filling up with people living here. How many of us are there? A lot.
Hiraku! I brought all the elves that were still wandering the forest.
Oh? Now there are even more? So are they all women? Where are the men? I don't see them.
There weren't really any men who survived the human war.
Oh, what?
We can just start making lots more now.
I hope that works out for you. I decided not to ask them how they plan to do it.
Hey, what's going on here?
Who knows? I'm just here because I was asked to come.
He said to gather all the different representatives here today.
I wonder if some sort of terrible problem has arisen.
Hey. Sorry for calling you all here like this. There's something I want to talk about with all of you. Here's the thing. I want a name for our home here.
You mean this place? The farm?
Yeah. At first, it was just my little hut and some crop fields. But then more buildings started popping up and more people started moving in. It's like a village now, right? That's why I want to come up with a name for this village.
I like that idea. A name for our very own village. Can't we just name it after you, since you're the original founder of the whole place?
No. Then it'd be something like Hiraku Village or Machio Town. I don't really like the sound of that.
In that case, then, how about we name it after the forest we're in?
That sounds like a good idea. By the way, what is this forest called?
It's the Forest of Death.
For real? That's scary.
So the Village of Death? Sounds like a ghost town.
What is it? You mean this door? Here? You want me to open it? The Great Tree Village! Hello, everyone! From now on, this place is the Great Tree Village. In celebration of this day, we're going to have a party! And no party would be complete without this! The first batch of wine we made here in the Great Tree Village! Everyone, enjoy yourselves!
Mayor Hiraku!
Mayor!
Wait, no, that's something we need to decide later as a group.
What are you talking about? You're the only one for the job. She's right. They're already calling you Mayor.
I see. little drunk there, huh?
What's the matter, Hiraku? You're sitting all by yourself zoning out.
Nothing. Nothing's the matter. I was just thinking about how happy I am, that this all feels like a dream.
This isn't a dream. All of us will keep living together, enjoying life.
Yeah, you're right. I'd like that.
Yeah?
Oh,
Let's toast to the Great Tree Village.
yeah. Cheers.
I'm gonna toast too, you black-hearted angel!
Seriously, you were pretending to sleep this whole time?
Come on!
Very well then.
How many years has it been?
Cheers!
It's been a while since I've had wine. It tastes better than I remember. In between winter and summer, the number of residents increased again. After discussing, we decided to call this place the Great Tree Village. And I ended up becoming the mayor. But even though I'm the mayor now, my day-to-day routine hasn't really changed at all.
Mayor? There's a messenger from the demonic kingdom.
Greetings, I am Beazle. I'd like to meet with the person in charge here.
It's my first job as the mayor. That's me.
You?
That's right. I'm the mayor, Hiraku.
Very well. In honor of our acquaintance, please accept this gift.
Thank you for your generosity.
I have a message to deliver from the Demon Lord. He would like to discuss the status of this settlement.
But I guess it's under the control of the Demon Lord.
Does he want me to pay taxes? For all the time I've spent living on his land? No. Maybe he's going to tell me to get off his property. Maybe it would be wise for me to ask Lou and Tia for their advice before I do anything. Enough. It's time for me to step up and handle my duties as mayor. All right? If the Demon Lord accepts us living here on this land, then I will offer part of our harvest for taxes. First, I need to show that I have no intention of rebelling. As for the percentage we pay, I need to be strong for this part. How does 10% sound? Was that too low?
Well then, are you satisfied with this?
Wait, what? I am. I'd like you to come pick it up every year before winter.
Very well, I understand. That's how we will proceed from now on.
Huh? Is it settled already? The tax will be 10% of our total harvest. However, this is limited to what we grow in our fields. We won't give them any milk, eggs, honey, or alcohol that we produce. If the negotiations. I did feel like I was too aggressive with my negotiations.
I bid you all farewell.
So I sent him home with a present. I hope I handled that the right way.
I think you did a pretty good job. Since we're paying them taxes, we're technically under the Demon Lord's protection from now on. Yes, indeed. But even still, only 10%? Usually the going rate is supposed to be 50 or 60%.
What?
Having them come to collect the payment was a good decision. It forces them to officially recognize our residence in the forest.
And if they're only coming to collect once a year, they won't be able to measure everything we produce. In other words, we just bought the protection of the Demon Lord for a real tax rate of under 10%.
Well done, Mayor Hiraku.
Really?
And to top it off, they brought this present. Medicine that works if you drink it or apply it to an injury.
Wow.
What? They're submitting to our military force? Yes. Even though they have the strength to defeat a wyvern, surely they're up to something. I had the same suspicion. I had no choice but to accept their offer. But why? The vampire princess and angel of annihilation. And the strongest of all the angels? No way! And that's not all. There was an army of high elves and a pack of inferno wolves. You're joking! And the group that guided me to their leader was the trio of killer angels. I thought my life was over. If that's it, then I see how they were able to take down a wyvern. Then he suggested that they be under the protection of the Demon Lord's army. I could not refuse. If I had, they would have immediately gathered to become an enemy force. The silver lining in all of this is that we were able to negotiate amicably. They even gave me a gift. Oh? What do you think it is? I haven't looked yet. Open it. We need to consult the Demon Lord. And what if it's something dangerous? Hey, wait! Fruit? They look like apples, but the shape and color are much nicer. Better check if they're poisoned. Ow! Hey! Whoa! This is really good! It's great! You can't just go and eat those! Oh. This cloth. It can't. Is this from a demon spider? No. A great demon spider? You're joking! Didn't one of those fight one of the previous demon lords to a standstill? They have one of those too? Done!
My name is Drime. I am the one true ruler of the dragons.
This is a present from Lord Drime. We hope you will accept it.
Sure. Wow, it looks really expensive, but it seems like kind of a violent gift. Thank you for the wonderful gift. It's lovely.
It's our pleasure.
So what's the purpose of your visit to the Great Tree Village today?
Right. My good master, Lord Drime, has his lair located just to the south of here. There's quite a bit of distance between us. However, we consider you our neighbors. We've come here to offer a formal greeting.
That's very polite of you, sir. By the way, is there any particular reason that your master is bowing his head?
My deepest apologies for that, good sir. Master, would you kindly please raise your head?
What? Sure.
Since you came all the way here, I'd like to invite you inside. But that seems hard given your size.
You're absolutely right. Master, please, change into your smaller form. Now.
My name is Drime. I am the one true ruler of the dragons.
Okay. I wonder if he memorized that line so he wouldn't mess up his introduction.
Man, this place is great! This booze is great! I'm never going home. I'm gonna live right here!
You can't do that. There will be a lot of people who will get very upset if you don't protect your home.
I'll be fine here. I can intercept any attackers.
I know that, Master. However, it would be a nuisance for everyone here if you were to stay too long. Now, let's be on our way while they're still happy to call us their guests. They were even kind enough to gift us.
Oh yeah, they give us those apple-looking things.
They're called apples. And don't worry, they gave us plenty of them.
Yeah, whatever. I'm heading home.
Don't transform yet till you're outside, okay?
No, I should have thought of this sooner. But I should really decide how the Great Tree Village is going to handle visitors, welcome guests, or otherwise. Diplomatic relations? This is all getting complicated really fast. I've been thinking about a lot of things since then, and I believe it's not good for us to keep visitors outside when greeting them. So I've decided that we should build a guest house for visitors. I was thinking a house able to fit 4 people would be enough.
No, I think that would be far too small.
Right. Anyone coming to this village needs to climb mountains and make it safely through the forest. Our visitors up until now have been servants of the Demon Lord or dragons. However, normally when people come here, they'll be doing it in large groups.
If that's the case, then I think we should play it safe and build a house that can fit 30 people comfortably.
30?
We'll make the first floor an open space designed to hold feasts.
And we can make the second floor into bedrooms for our guests if they want to stay a bit longer.
That works. And that's how we got started building a guest house for any potential visitors. Next, I wanted to work on how we greet new guests. Grand Maria and the Angels are in charge of defending the perimeter. And rather than finding visitors and guiding them here, they would capture visitors and bring them to the village entrance. On top of that, when Zabuton sounded the warning alarm, everyone would grab their weapons and get ready for battle. It's a long way off from a proper welcome. so we came up with a new signal for visitors. Leah and the elves made a bell. Our guests. I suggested that Lou, Tia, and I would be the ones to greet the guests.
I cannot agree with using such a small welcoming party.
She's right on that. Enemies might take advantage and sneak in disguised as visitors.
My idea was rejected. So, we added a few high elves, a scattering of ogre maids, and lizard men to our welcoming party. Flora wanted to be part of our welcoming party as well, but I asked her to keep an eye on any visitors that stay here until nightfall.
Understood. Please leave it to me. If you'd like, I can keep watch the entire time they're here.
That's when I learned that Flora and Lou could go several days without sleeping and be fine. But I still told them not to overdo it. All the preparation we did got put to use. Much sooner than I expected.
My name is Garf. We have traveled from a place in the mountains east of here called Howling Village. We want to establish relations with your village.
Let me handle this. That must have been a tough journey. The Great Tree Village welcomes you.
We thank you.
I would like to take you to our guest house so that you can rest. Are these all of the travelers in your group?
Yes, they are.
I see.
What's she talking about?
Sorry about that. It looks like we had a few stragglers.
Well, that was dangerous. You should really make sure everyone is together before you enter the village. And it would be wise of you to behave yourselves while you're here. There are people that even I need to watch myself around.
I understand. You have my word.
Then follow me to our guest house.
Welcome to our village.
Welcome to our village.
Great. We've taken our first step towards real hospitality.
Stay here and enjoy yourselves, please.
What are you doing? It seems more like you're trapping enemies than welcoming guests.
Mayor, haven't you noticed?
Huh?
When visitors come to establish relations, they always bring some sort of offering with them. Even that dragon brought something.
You think they aren't friendly?
I can't say for sure exactly. If they don't follow the normal rules, then they don't get the normal visitor treatment.
I see.
I'm concerned about them leaving two troops hiding in the woods.
That's why we knocked our hospital.
Kudel or the other girls spot those troops while making their way through the forest?
They noticed them, but decided those troops weren't a threat and ignored them. I plan to punish them all later.
Go easy on them.
I'll let them off with a warning.
Is something the matter?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the food you made for
You think
Drime...
this isn't up to par?
Well, something like that.
I'm sure that you've realized by now. But this is the treatment for guests who bring nothing.
I see. Oh, so, does that mean you don't plan on offering them any wine? I see. I feel terrible offering them such a meager meal.
Please erase yourself of such emotions.
She's right. They're here for important negotiations. Our goal is to find out exactly what they're after.
Everyone besides you was completely against offering them any wine. You forced us to give it to them.
And I'm glad that you all let me do it. That said, it's just 2 cups per person. Those were the restrictions put in place. The fact remains they came all the way here. Until we determine their enemies, I want to find out why they're here. I'm sure I'm revealing my own ignorance in asking this, but just what kind of place is Howling Village?
Well, some say it's been around for over 1,000 years. But in reality, I think it's really only been about 500 years or so. Man, those older guys sure take pride in the weirdest stuff, huh?
You got that right.
What we call Howling Village is a place of 5 small settlements of about 100 people or so. And most of the population are beastmen.
You got that right. Howling Village is made up of people who make their living hunting or mining. Up until now, they've managed to survive by trading with a human village across the mountains. But lately, there's been some trouble there, and the trade between them has become unstable. That's why they're looking for someone new to trade with. And they settled on our Great Tree Village. So, where did you learn about our village?
We got word from one of the Demon Lord's people.
Man, if we stayed outside hiding the whole time, we would have missed this great meal. I'm so glad we didn't.
Why were you hiding in the first place?
You need to be on guard for the first visit. Plus, if something were to happen there, someone needs to go back and tell the rest of the village.
Oh?
She's doing a good job of gathering information. I can count on her. It turned out that the Beastmen from Howling Village weren't trying to trick us. They really did want trade relations.
Now then, let's talk about our trade agreement.
Yes.
Our trade's different. We trade physical goods in an open market. After all, we don't use any currency in our village.
That's the same as here. Currency, huh? I'm sure we'll need to create it someday.
Normally, I'd want to open up a market in both villages, but if you can, we'd like you to come to ours to trade. The truth is, it was very difficult for us to even get here with our goods. Carrying them here and back would be too much.
It would be pretty much the same for us to travel as well.
But you live here. Aren't you able to navigate the forest easily?
Now that he mentions it, maybe I can have Kuro and the dogs carry the goods for us. I understand.
Huh?
What would you like for our first trade?
Well, we have lots of goods made from the ore that we mine. We have things like paints, silverware, glassworks, and also metalworks.
I want them! I want to have all of that stuff!
In exchange, we'd like to get some of the food you grow.
Then we'll bring our food crops to trade at the open market.
Ah.
And so began our trade relationship with Howling Village.
The truth is, until now, I didn't know people brought gifts when visiting. Our village doesn't have a custom like that.
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it.
I'll bring something next time. With that being said, our village is poor, so we won't be able to bring anything fancy.
Right. That's fine. What's important isn't the value of the gift, but the thought behind it.
Hearing that from you makes me feel better.
Before long, it was time to trade with Howling Village. I was planning on going to the market as well.
You can't. It looks bad if we send our top man there right away.
Is that how it works?
That's how it works. We drew lots, and based on that, I'll be acting on your behalf for the duration while there.
Originally, it was going to take 10 days for them to travel. But Drime agreed to take everyone there in exchange for a barrel of wine. After his first visit, Drime started to come here to hang out regularly. He always brings us gifts of treasures or weapons with him, so no one complains. Transporting everyone in exchange for a barrel of wine was actually Drime's idea, so I took him up on the offer.
Okay, then.
Sure.
Are they really going to show up? Well, Garf worked out the trade agreement with them. They'll be here.
We haven't even received word that they've reached the mountain range yet. Is that... a dragon?
Yeah, and it's coming straight this way.
Look at that. Good work, everyone. How was it?
We were able to exchange everything we took, and they loved it all. They seemed to be hesitant at first because they wouldn't go near anything we brought. But then, I tried the free sample stuff you told me about, and before I knew it, a crowd of these people had gathered.
They sold the wine that was supposed to be for me.
Did they? I guess you'll just have to drink even more at dinner tonight.
You're the best. You really know how to cheer me up.
In addition to that, the mayor of Howling Village wanted to know if some of their people could come and live here.
We need more people to work, so I'd be glad to have them.
There are 20 people that want to come live here, and they're all young women.
Is in desperate need of more men. If this keeps up, I'm afraid the village won't have a future. Fine, but I have one condition. If they can send at least 2 young men, then I'll happily accept everyone.
Understood, Mayor.
Now the future of the village is secure.
Hello, My name is Senna. We are all very grateful that you have accepted us into your village. We're mentally prepared for you to use us however you see fit. Just please don't abandon us later on.
I see you've gone through a lot to prepare for your move here. Anyways, we've got your beds ready. Take your time and get acclimated.
You want us to take our time?
Yes, please. Once you're used to daily life here, you can make requests for what kind of house you want. You don't need to worry about us kicking you out or anything.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Of course. By the way, are the men here with you?
They are. We have brought 3 of them along with us. We brought you some young men like you asked of us.
Okay. No, wait! Maybe 5 years, or maybe 10 years from now! I'm counting on you for the future of this village! If you need anything, just ask Blomelius here.
It's very nice to meet you.
Yes!
You don't need to be that formal. Apparently, they all thought that they were going to be treated horribly when they moved here. Naturally, we have no such intentions.
There appear to be no issues with the new residents, but
But?
they faint quite often.
Well, they'll just have to get used to things.
Wait! Come and get us! Jeez, you need to be careful when you play.
You can use magic too, Senna?
Yes, I can.
Don't tell me, Tia. Am I the only one who can't use magic?
Well, all of the angels can use magic.
And all the high elves can use magic.
It is common for us to be able to use fire and water magic.
We're good with using magic for water.
Oh, even the bees can do it.
Don't worry, Mayor. There are others with no magic.
You're right.
Hey.
I have a feeling these kids will surpass me. Oh well, there's no point in wishing for the impossible. I'll just focus on what I can do for now. What was that? An earthquake?
Mayor! A grappler bear and a bloody viper are fighting in the forest.
Bear and viper. A bear and a snake. Those two fighting each other is enough to make the ground shake?
What should we do?
A bear and a viper.
If this continues, it might affect the village. But I fear it would be dangerous to get involved without a plan.
Yeah, that's true. So those animals, do you think we can eat them? So anyways, I've heard that hunters sometimes eat bear meat. I've always wondered how bear meat would taste.
Right. Down there, look!
They're big.
We should go back for help.
No, just take me down really fast.
I understand.
Haven't had a big one in a while.
You think you could take down a monster like that with one attack?
No way. That's crazy. The mayor is something else.
Wow. Looking at him up close, he really is huge.
As far as cooking the bear goes, what do you plan to make?
Got an idea. I'll add some of these herbs and spices. Now we add wine and simmer.
Our delicious, precious wine?
It's fine. That kind of cooking is normal. And there we have it. Wine braised grappler bear. It's incredibly gamey.
Our delicious, precious wine!
I'm telling you, this is normal. And this is the blood viper. I tried frying it. It tastes just like fried chicken.
It's delicious.
It tastes different than I thought.
It tastes surprisingly like chicken breast, which means my plate is missing something that goes right here.
So then, what brings you here today?
Perhaps, do you have an antibacterial agent?
Antibacterial?
Yeah. I need to use it for a new recipe I want to try out. Do you have any medicines that can kill harmful microorganisms?
Micro?
Yeah, that's them. I want something that will prevent stomach aches or illness.
I see. Just leave it to me. How about this one here? One dose will blast anything to the other side of the mountains.
Do you have anything more peaceful?
Then how about this one? This one is safe enough to use in foods.
Yeah, this'll work. Thanks.
Of course.
By the way, how's the miso production coming?
The honest truth is not very well. I did everything exactly like you told me to. But no matter how long I waited, it never started to ferment. I've had to rebuild my hut 3 times.
That's not supposed to happen. Well, let's give it another try then.
Can we? I'll keep the explosives to a minimum.
Please don't use any. Yes, perfect. First, we gently beat the eggs. Add salt and vinegar. This vinegar is made from apples.
That's also fermented, right?
Then we mix it as we slowly add in the oil. And now we have mayonnaise.
Oh.
Now it's exactly like having fried chicken.
It's off without food.
Stop that right now, it's terrible for your health. Now then, on to making miso. First, we start by simmering the soybeans we soaked in water. Then we grind them. Moldy. I used the almighty farming tool to help make the koji mold. You don't need to write that down. We mix the koji with salt and form balls. Now we pack it into barrels.
Oh, I see. Mine didn't work because I didn't say moldy mold.
No, that's, well, maybe. Now we just let it age in the cellar. It'll take a few months, so let's wait patiently.
That long?
Yeah, but all that time will make the flavors even more intense.
This requires perseverance just like research.
Right.
There you are.
Hmm?
You've got visitors.
Visitors? The visitors were a group of dwarves led by a man named Donovan.
We are elder dwarves.
What's the difference?
We've heard that you have high-quality alcohol in this village, and we'd like you to share some.
Do you mean our wine? I'd be happy to share some.
Mayor Hiraku, I'm afraid we can't give it away for free.
Huh?
She's right. Our wine is very valuable.
I know, but there are...
However, we do have technology.
Technology?
That's right. We've spent our lives studying alcohol production, and we've traveled a long way to get here. You have some very fine crops in this village. We can help you turn them into fine alcohol. What do you think? Don't you want to drink some?
Donovan and his men got to work on the alcohol right away. Distillation. I remember doing this in science class.
Here you go. This is corn whiskey.
It's crystal clear.
It'll get its color when we age it in the barrels.
Oh, I see. Look, this is really strong.
I guess the mayor is a bit of a lightweight.
Donovan and his men ended up staying in the village and working as our brewers. Now that we've got new alcohol, it's time to have a welcome party for the Beastmen and the Dwarves. Drink up, everyone!
You can really taste all the fragrance that went into this alcohol when you give it a sip.
I really like this mayonnaise.
This goes perfect with the booze.
Let's drink all night, everyone!
Snuck in again.
I don't mind that he...
It's time to show you all my special one-of-a-kind technique!
Thanks for everything, Mayor. It was very kind of you to take us all in.
Don't mention it. We're all happy you're here.
Yeah, there are a lot of people in this village who like to drink.
Wait a minute. I finally got some adult men to join the village. By the way, Donovan, I'm not asking for any particular reason, but are there any girls here who catch your eye? You know, the kind that make you think, wow, she's pretty.
Well, I can certainly say that they're all very good-looking and all, but you know, I think they're just a bit too young for me. If they can't at least grow a beard, then they're not for me.
A beard?
Man, why are you making me say it out loud like that?
The cultural barrier is high. Farming life.
In another...
World. Don't tell me there's another wyvern. Wait, a dragon? It's headed straight for us. It doesn't look friendly. I'm going to finish this one off before it comes. What just happened? Isn't that Drime? Is this infighting? But they're just staring each other down. There's another one! That one's dangerous! I missed. But the next one won't.
Please wait, Mayor! That isn't an enemy to the village! I'm terribly sorry for the confusion. These two are my master's beloved wife and his precious daughter.
My name is Lastus Moon. I'm Grafaloon. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Hiraku Machio. Why are your wife and daughter here?
Well, you see,
Apparently, Drime's constant sneaking out so that he could come to our village has roused some suspicion at home.
What were we supposed to think when he was sneaking out every night? As it turns out, he was sneaking out to do something he shouldn't.
what an utterly ridiculous accusation.
But you were sneaking off with all kinds of stuff from the treasury. And not coming home till the morning.
Oh, I get it now. It's the gifts he's always bringing us. And I was worried about him going home drunk, so I...
That was for the sake of our diplomatic relations. It was all very high-level politics.
He's hiding
you see,
something,
and,
Mother. Yes. At this point, my suspicions are all being confirmed.
She's scary.
Wait a minute, you two! Just think about it. Do you think this man actually has the courage to have an affair like that?
That's a good point.
Oh, thank goodness.
Are you all happy with that? Excuse me. Even though I don't know you, I'm sorry about earlier.
No, don't worry about it. This was all our fault. Come on, you two, apologize to the mayor.
I'm sorry I tried to burn the village down because I thought my dad was having an affair. And I'm sorry that I was about to obliterate the insolent man who pointed a spear at my dear daughter.
They're scary!
Well then, I guess everything's settled now.
But, dear husband, you still shouldn't sneak out to get drunk like that.
What are you saying?
She said you still shouldn't sneak out to get drunk like that.
Well, I'm just glad to see that they're getting along. Okay, see you all later.
Yes. Do you see what I was doing?
Yes.
Our continued relationship with this village is of the utmost importance.
Despite their lack of numbers, they still possess the power necessary to challenge us. I never thought we'd meet at
Right. You couldn't even defend against that attack. You had to avoid it.
Even that was only thanks to the spider.
Spider?
Yes, an old friend of mine. Had I not been pulled out of the way, I may not be standing here with you now. Lasty,
Yes?
I have a very important job for you to do. I want you to live here for a while.
Mother, why?
Why would you do that?
This is a good chance for you to be quiet.
Yes, dear.
We can't ignore that kind of power. I don't expect you to be able to suppress it. I just expect you to do your duty and make sure that such power is not turned on us. Is that understood?
Yes. I will do my best.
Is that wise?
Yes. I believe that choosing this path will lead to the best outcome for Lasty. I can feel it within me.
Sure. I don't mind if she stays.
I look forward to working here. If you wouldn't mind, please call me Lasty.
Sure, sounds good.
So then, what do you want me to do?
And like that, Lasty immediately went to work in the village.
I'm ready to start now. Are you a dragon creature?
However...
Gently. Gently.
It looks like it'll take a while for her to get used to her work.
Wait up!
What should we do with her?
You don't need to make her do something she isn't a fit for.
but Drime really wanted to give her some work to do around here. What is it?
They've been acting like this ever since the dragons showed up in the village. The cows and chickens have been acting scared too. We haven't been able to get any milk or eggs.
Drime acts like that, so I wasn't really thinking about it. But everyone is normally afraid of dragons, aren't they?
It's not just the power they have either. Their knowledge and wisdom is also great.
In that case...
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Don't worry about...
I'm Lastus Moon, and I'm in charge of handling diplomatic relations here at the village.
Don't tell me you're that dragon girl.
I am. Please call me Lasty. What is it that you've come to request from us today?
We'd like to get more of those bright-colored fruit we got last time.
You mean the oranges, right? I'm sorry to say our strawberries instead. They're perfectly ripe now.
In that case, I'll take 10 boxes of those, please.
Wow, thank you so much. Could I interest you in some apples and pears to go with them? We have persimmons and watermelons, too.
Okay, I'll take those.
Here's your order.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to count them to confirm?
That won't be necessary.
Very well. We look forward to seeing you again.
It looks like she's got the hang of this.
What? They have dragons now? Is this a joke? That village's military might grows by the day. We need to monitor them. Should we send a spy there to the village? If they find out, it'll be an act of aggression. We have no other choice. I have a plan.
Pardon me, Father. I understand you called for me?
Yes. Florem, please have a seat.
I see. You want me to investigate that great tree village?
Yes. In particular, their military might. However, you mustn't do anything rash. Your safety must always be your #1 concern.
Understood. But Father, I am your daughter after all. I'm confident in my magic. So don't worry. Oh. At a glance, this seems like an ordinary village, but how did they develop a village like this in the middle of a forest filled with such terrifying monsters?
Welcome to the Great Tree Village. I'm Lastus Moon, head of diplomatic relations.
It's nice to meet you.
You're going to stay here in this village for a while, right? I heard from Beazle. You can call me Lasty.
Isn't Lastus Moon that infamous dragon that everyone is afraid of? I can't believe I've already met someone this powerful.
Oh, are you okay? I'm going to show you around the village.
Oh, okay!
And this here is our vineyard. We can make delicious wine from these grapes here. My father said that the wine here is the most
Seems like just an
delicious in all the
ordinary
land.
vineyard.
Roar!
Why is a legendary dragon in a place like this bragging to me about crops they're growing?
And get this! So then my dad told me that... Oh,
I'm sorry to interrupt. I've spotted a messenger from Howling Village.
oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, I need to go and take care of something for a second.
Don't you worry about it. I can look around on my own.
Okay, see you later.
This works out perfectly. I can take the opportunity to analyze their military strength. Beastmen and ogres, and even dwarves. They'll all be tough to deal with, but with the full force of our military, we should be able to handle them. This might be their headquarters. The vampire princess.
Won't have enough firepower.
I heard she was on the run from nobles, so she was laying low. What's she doing here? The Angel of Annihilation, Tia.
Getting neglected.
Why is she in the same village as Lulusi? And I'm pretty sure I heard that those three are called the Trio of Killer Angels. They even have high elves here? I've heard that those are terrifying man-eaters that prey upon helpless young men and kidnap them. If there are 5 here, then this is already too much for our military. Impossible! And they have inferno wolves and demon spiders, and they formed a pack? Up until now, I've been proud to call myself one of the most talented magic users in all of the demonic kingdom, but I feel like all my confidence has left me. To command all of these powerful troops, it would make sense to assume that Lastus Moon was in charge of such an organization. But there's someone above her called the Mayor who rules over all of them. What kind of terrifying opponent am I dealing with? Why is a human here of all places?
What are you doing out here? Are you lost or something?
Don't worry about me. I'm not so weak that I need an ordinary human to worry about me. What? That person I saw just now?
Yep, that's the mayor of our village.
But isn't he just an ordinary human?
He's a human strong enough to defeat my mom if he wants.
That just can't be!
Did you say hello?
Forget saying hello. I was outright rude to him. There we go.
I found out that girl was Beasel's daughter. Apparently, she's going to live here for a while.
I'll give
She
you a
seems
hand.
to be getting along well with Lasty. That's great and all, but...
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
I hope you have a lovely day.
For some reason, she acted like this for a while. Let me tell you a story about a slime. One day, the slime that Tia brought here to purify our wastewater and sewage started to multiply. Now there are lots of different types of slimes. They were all harmless, so I didn't really notice that they'd been multiplying. But...
Did it drink an entire barrel?
A single slime drink it all? My dad can only drink half a barrel at most.
That wine was everyone's property!
You can't go and drink it without our permission. This deserves punishment.
That's right!
Yeah!
Please, wait a minute, everyone. Let's all calm down.
This came as a big shock to all the alcohol-loving residents here. And so began our village's first trial.
Wait, let's not.
Guilty.
But Anne... Oh dear. Wait.
No, let's
I feel bad for it, so let's move away from the barbaric options. How about short confinement instead?
That was our precious alcohol! Geez, this kind of stuff happens because you're too soft.
Pardon? We're talking about a slime here. Even if we punish it, I'm not sure it's going to reflect on its actions.
Well, you have a point.
It is a slime after all.
And so, that slime was acquitted. After that, it began to pop up during our feasts and celebrations so that it could join us. Oh well, I think it's alright if we have one slime like that. Too many would be a problem, though. The season is autumn. But it's still nice when things cool down a bit and we can get some more work done. And here's the result. I'm so hungry. Autumn means eating.
There's nothing like a good hot pot. It's so tasty.
You stop taking all the meat, Lasty.
I'm eating vegetables too.
Yummy. We didn't have these types of mushrooms in Howling Village.
Man, I really love a good hot pot. If we could get seafood here, I bet these would taste even better.
Huh?
So what exactly are you referring to when you say seafood?
Let's see. Stuff like cod, crabs, or monkfish. We can make broth from kombu. Then make a Chanko miso hot pot.
Start researching immediately. I've got some info here.
Oh no! What do I do? I've never even seen the ocean. Did you say crabs? Can you eat those? They're really hard.
Kombu. It sounds like something quite terrifying.
A broth? That's the soup thing you showed me how to make earlier, right?
That's right.
Is Chanko a kind of fish then?
If we need the ocean, there's a port city within the Demonic Kingdom. You're able to reach it if you head south from this village. They do a lot of those fish there.
Okay, I'll fly over and check it out.
Wonderful. I can go with you. We can ask a merchant I know for help.
Let's get started right away. I'll take care of the miso.
They all really like hot pots, huh?
Indeed.
We're counting on you.
When it comes to food, everyone here gets very motivated. Well, nothing makes me happier as a farmer than seeing them enjoy my food. And so, the return of the group that set out in earnest took place. 3 days later...
It's a great pleasure to meet everyone. My name is Michael. I'm an established merchant from the city of Shishato in the Demonic Kingdom.
I'm the mayor, Hiraku. Thank you for coming here to our little village.
Of course. It's nothing really. This is part of my job as a merchant. These are the marine products I brought from the city of Shishato. They are our pride and joy. As for the seaweed called kombu that you requested, our fishermen normally throw it back even if they pull up some of their nets.
What? So...
No need to worry about it, though. I'll have my men collect some kombu for you right away. We'll have it dried and ready before you know it.
That sounds great.
Now, with regards to my visit here to your village, the first is to properly greet you and show you my gratitude for requesting to do business with us. The second is to suggest more opportunities for us to trade goods and do business. And my third goal, if it's something you would agree to, is to become the official government purveyor for this village.
Official purveyor?
It means he would like to handle all trade between us and the outside world. You're being quite direct in what you're asking for.
I'm always careful to not be so indirect that my intentions are somehow misinterpreted. All of the crops here you have are very enticing. If you would allow me the opportunity to do so, I can get you several times more value when trading them.
There are quite a few people already who want to do trade with this village.
As I said, if you agree to it. Of course, I'd like to ask that you first have a look at the list of products that my company trades for other entities. And from there, we can discuss my proposition. I believe we were able to cover a lot of important ground today. Next time, I'd like to discuss the alcohol produced in this village.
You can't have the alcohol!
Pardon my ignorance. I'll leave things as is now.
That should come in handy.
It certainly will.
It'll be a big help having him negotiate.
And even though he's handling things for us, we'll get more goods when trading now. It doesn't seem like he has any intention to deceive us.
Yeah. I hope our relationship with him goes smoothly. It seems like he was really frightened there at the end. But oh well. That's to be expected when you're talking to a dragon.
The Great Tree Village, huh? That was scary! A visitor? Without an appointment?
Yes, they would like to talk business with you.
I couldn't be any busier now. My name is Michael Garone. I work as the head of the largest trading company in this city. If it's nothing major, can't you guys handle it? Why do they need to see me specifically?
The person that requested you did so by name when they arrived. They even brought goods from their farm. I wasn't sure what to do.
They already brought goods with them? Then just refer them somewhere else. No, I'll meet with them.
Yes, sir.
My merchant's intuition is telling me that I can't ignore this. This strange feeling welling up inside me is...
I feel so very honored that you remember me still.
Yes, of course I do. If I remember correctly, the last time we had the pleasure of meeting was at your birthday party. I can't believe the young lady of the Crone family is here. My head would have rolled if I'd sent her away. Who have you brought with you?
Oh, my companion is...
My name is Lastus Moon of the Dragons. Please call me Lasty.
Lastus Moon? Could she really be that crazy dragon? She's just a child. The daughter of one of the most powerful families of the demonic kingdom and a dangerous dragon. The risks of trading with them are too high. So what is it that brings you here to see me today? But I can't just ignore them.
We'd like you to purchase these from us. And in exchange, there are some things we'd like you to find.
What's going on here? I'm being stared down by a dragon while being surrounded by lizard men. Was that feeling I had before a warning of impending danger? Oh, these are those fruit that have entered the demonic kingdom that people have been talking about. Each one of these can fetch several silver coins. And look how many they've brought! The goods you wanted were from the ocean, correct?
That's right.
This port happens to be my territory. I can find whatever it is you are looking for. Because that's the job of a worthy merchant like me. I can't let this chance get away. I want you to go to the port and bring me their best catches, okay? And after that, prepare my things for travel.
Yes, sir.
I'll take part in the delivery myself. Are the goods going to the capital?
Actually, they're going to a village in the Forest of Death.
I'll carry the stuff so I can give you a ride as well.
Forest of Death? Give me a ride?
He's a merchant from Shashato.
I see.
Oh, and the merchant came with you?
The mayor seems normal. I survived it. I managed to finish my business with that terrifying group while having a smile on my face. That was the best deal of my life. Huge profits are waiting for me from here on out. However, I'm not sure if my body can handle this.
Here it is, real seafood. Maybe next time I'll ask him for shrimp or squid. This is the third time a dragon has attacked this village. I think. Is this one related to Drime again? For the record, the 3 Angel Squad in charge of patrolling the skies was quickly able to spot this dragon before it fully reached us. However, stopping a dragon proved to be difficult. But seriously, what is that dragon doing? Acting smug? You want to fight, right? In that case... I missed! Is what I wanted to think. Once more... defeated!
Ow, ow, ow! Oh, you got me with that spear. I surrender. Just kidding.
Why'd you do something like that?
Well, you see, it really isn't all that big of an issue.
But you burned some of the forest.
Okay, give me a minute. I'll come up with an important reason why I did that.
Wait a minute, Mayor. I'm sorry, Mayor. She's...
It's little Drimy!
Little. According to Drime's explanation, her name is Hakurin. She's his older sister.
Yeah.
This is your fault, you know, Drimy. You said you were giving away Lasty as a bride-to-be.
As a bride?
No, that's not what
You
I...
totally said that! You said you wanted to marry her off to the mayor of this village someday.
Wait, what?
It's not like that! I might have said something kind of like that while I was drinking, but...
As the person in question, it makes it hard to comment.
So that's why I came out here, to see what kind of person...
Is it like normal?
Everyone always talks about how strong the mayor here is. So I wanted to come play with you a little.
It's not just that, though. She's mostly here to vent anger.
Sam! Do you think I could just let it slide that my little niece is going to find a husband before I do? I mean, come on! She's 900 years younger than me! I can't accept this! It's ridiculous! Don't you agree?
It's fine if you want to come play, but you shouldn't be causing problems for other people. And it goes without saying that you're going to clean up this mess, right?
So you two are always getting to eat food that tastes this good?
Well, it's not like I'm always imposing on everyone here. Only 3 out of every 10
Oh,
days.
wow! Look at you!
Maybe
She's
it's
already
5.
fitting in.
5 days?
Yeah, it's more like 7
I'm
days.
sorry about what happened and that my aunt is... Hey, Lasty! That big sis Hakurin is causing so much trouble.
It's nothing you need to apologize about.
Oh, hey! I heard you have some really fun games you all play. Like the one where you line up the little square things.
Do you mean Mahjong?
I want to try that. You play with 4 people, right? Hey, Mayor, let's play a round.
I don't want to leave here only having lost to you.
Alright, that's fine by me.
Fine, I can figure it out.
Is that so?
More importantly, what should we bet on?
Huh?
I see then. Yes, doing it this way is more fun than just playing the game.
Let's take it easy at first.
Mayor, what would you normally bet when playing Mahjong like this?
Even if you want me to bet something, I don't really have anything I can safely bet. Maybe punish the loser? The only thing I can think to do is play strip mahjong.
Oh, sounds great!
So the loser gets a taste of humiliation then?
No, don't do anything you don't want to do. Right, Lasty?
If we're competing, there's no way I can lose.
Excuse me?
As a member of the Dragon Clan!
I have a feeling that things are going to get bad.
That's Chi.
What? That's Riichi!
Too bad. Wrong!
What?
This is my fault for carelessly suggesting this idea.
This is indeed a very shameful thing.
The dragons are all very competitive, and they can't stand losing. This led to a very serious game of strip mahjong. You're new to this, aren't you? And you're wearing the least clothing. How are you so confident? Some points and end things while maintaining the peace, but... something isn't right. Seriously, what's happening here? How am I losing? I'm on my last piece of clothing. Don't tell me they're using some kind of magic trickery. Are they using telekinesis to rewrite the tiles? Can they see through the back of my tiles? No.
Nothing's written on this one. Is it an extra?
I'm overthinking it. In any case, my chance has finally arrived. I can score a double Yakuman. I can end the whole thing with a single move. But, of course it had to be this tile again. It doesn't matter. I'll never beat the dragons if I'm paralyzed by fear!
Rune!
That's about right.
Okay, pants off! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!
I am defeated!
The dragons are gathering in that village again? Yes. The ancient dragon Hakuren was spotted staying there as well. Impossible. They've got enough power to conquer a whole country. Can we afford to just sit back and watch?
So, more importantly, Beazle.
Yes?
It's my daughter. She's been in a mood lately. She hasn't said anything to me all day besides good morning. Is this her rebellious phase?
Anyways, we need to focus on preparing our military forces. We'll have to secure the funds we need.
I resign. Rondon.
Rondon! He ran away. This is a joke!
So, if you divide these apples between 3 people, how many apples will you have to eat then? I wish I could just eat them all, though.
She's really come into her own here. After attacking the Great Tree Village, Hakuren decided to stay here for the time being. Surprisingly,
There we
she's
go.
very
You
skilled and
said
able to
nice
handle
and
any job.
easy.
But she complains about anything she's asked to do. Every time I look, she's doing nothing.
I don't wanna.
Why do you complain about everything so much?
I'm hoping that one day maybe people will stop asking me to do things.
I had no choice but to order her to start digging holes and then filling them back in. She gave up on day 1. In the end, we settled on her teaching reading, writing, and math. She became the village teacher.
And that's why learning to read, write, and do math will end up helping you a lot in your day-to-day lives. Listen up. I want all of you to work really hard so that one day I don't have to work anymore, okay?
Please, we beg of you to spare our lives.
What are you talking about? According to what the Lamia girls were saying, at some point, the younger animals decided to clear a dungeon they found in the middle of the forest, forcing the Lamia to quickly flee their homes. They didn't know what they were doing, but they still caused a lot of trouble. What should we do?
They came all the way here to seek our aid and protection from having lost their homes. It would not be proper to turn them away.
In the end, we decided to trade the precious gems the Lamia mined for some of our crops. After that, they went back to their original homes. I'd like it if we could keep trading from now on.
Yes, Just ask us for whatever you want.
They're so genuinely excited about this that it's making me awkward. Okay then, I have something I'd like to request.
Yes?
It's fine if it's only when you're visiting, but I'd appreciate it if you could put some clothes on.
Oh?
That might be part of their culture, but I really had trouble not staring. After that, the Lamia formed the Lamia Delivery Service and started carrying our trading goods for us. With everything said and done, I'm glad we found some trade with the other areas. It feels like the village has reached a new level. Since we've increased the amount of trade, shall we plant more crops?
Yeah. It appears that village is indeed amassing military might and planning something most dreadful.
It may be that they're convincing Flowrim to stay there just so they can use her as a hostage if they need to.
We should begin gathering our troops at once, Princess.
I understand. We must defeat that village. And we have to save Flowrim.
Is indeed amassing military might and planning something most dreadful.
It may be that they're convincing Flowrim to stay there just so they can use her as a hostage if they need to.
We should begin gathering our troops at once, Princess.
I understand. We must defeat that village. And we have to save Flowrim.
I'm sorry to bother you while you're looking busy.
I'm not just looking busy, I am busy. I have been put in charge of the village's accounting practices. Putting that aside, what brings you here so late, Father?
The thing is, our princess is gathering troops and preparing to go on a military campaign.
Our princess is doing what? Why would she do something so absurd?
While you have been away from the kingdom, some have taken the chance to fill her head with half-truths.
And by some, you mean...
The second daughter of the Gritch family, the fourth daughter of the Bugal family, and the second daughter of the Mammon-Rose family.
Aren't those the trio of politically powerful idiots? So where exactly are they planning to attack?
This very village.
Huh? What in the world would give them such a dumb idea? I've given them plenty of reports. They should know how powerful this village is.
I think the reports were so ridiculous that they started to seem unreal. I tried to have the Demon Lord put a stop to this rampage, but he's far too soft on his daughter.
Then do you think it's best if I convince them to stop?
They would be expecting you to do that. It would cause them to view you as an enemy of the demonic kingdom. Stop their invasion before it starts.
When are they mobilizing?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Their force is number 300 men. I was thinking that maybe if someone from this village routed their forces, they'd give up and go home.
Sure. But if we're careless about which villagers find out about this, it will likely cause a violent destruction of the demonic kingdom.
That would be a problem.
So then, I just need to show them the difference in military might without mobilizing the village's forces.
Are we done already? Yes! You're going to give us 10 boxes of apples just for this? Do you think maybe we should punish them just a little more?
So, who are these girls standing here frozen solid?
They're from the demonic kingdom, and they'd like to move here. They've had a change of heart and are ready to work themselves to death. Huh? I mean, they're ready to work like their lives depend on it.
Okay. But even so, they kind of seem like they've given up. Almost like they've accepted that they're...
They're all acquaintances of mine. So, for the time being, I plan to have them working for me. In the event they harm the village in any way, please don't hesitate to dispose of them. I won't mind.
That sounded scary. Great! Now that that's out of the way, who's that other girl over there?
She's here to observe. I'd like to show her how things work here in the village.
My name is Yuri.
Apparently, she was very worried about my living conditions here in our village and wanted to see what it's like. You don't need to give her special treatment. Please, put her to work knowing she'll be gone soon.
How does she expect me to do that? Great. Why don't you show them around?
Thank you. Just leave it to me. Listen up. If you all put in some honest work here, your transgressions against the village will be forgiven. That said, in the interest of keeping this incident a secret from the rest of the villagers, it would be wise not to divulge your identities. In other words, Princess...
Yes, Flowrum?
You won't get special treatment. As long as you're here, in this village, you'll just be plain old Yuri.
That won't be a problem. It's been a long time since I've been called by my name. Now then, let's get started with our tour of the village. So these fruit are turned into alcohol? These plants grow from inside the water? This contraption moves not with magic, but it's powered by water moving over it?
Hello! Are you one of the new girls?
So fluffy! Look at you!
Hey, that tickles!
These are apples, right? I had no idea they grew on trees like this.
Oh, hey, do we have some visitors?
I have never gotten to eat apples except for when attending parties at the castle. I ate them every day at home, never missed a day. At my house, we used to have the merchants search for them and buy them up when in short supply. So that's where
Are
they
those
went.
girls that are with you nobles or something?
Yeah, something like that.
If we can take over this village, it'll be the biggest moneymaker for our kingdom.
Dispose!
Never mind, forget it, it's nothing.
Hello there. I'm Lastus Moon of the Dragons. Please call me Lasty.
Nice to meet you, Lasty. She's awfully adorable for a fierce dragon.
I know we were forced to stay out here, but it's gross that nobles are living in the country when we're back. Let's wait for a chance and escape.
Have you learned your lesson?
We have! We promise you! We'll work like our lives depend on it. Just please don't dispose of us!
Looks like they're working really hard.
They're actually a big help. Now I can split up the mountain of office work I had to do. I'll be happy if I can keep them working like this as a part of the town hall.
That's an Inferno wolf you're playing with, isn't it? Is it alright for you to be petting it like that?
Yeah! Even though a single Inferno wolf is said to be dangerous enough to cause serious damage and harm to any city it enters, they're really cute when they're like this.
I'm supposed to throw this?
Yeah, they love it.
Let's see. Go! I could get used to this.
Eventually.
This village has been nothing but if a world like this exists outside of the kingdom.
I'm pretty sure this is a very rare exception.
No, I was just very ignorant of the outside world. I tried to bring war and conflict to such a wonderfully peaceful and tranquil village.
Anyone who intends to do harm will find themselves on the receiving end of a dragon's fire breath.
And indeed they should. To be honest, I thought the intel about dragons living in this village was a lie meant to deceive the demonic kingdom.
I warned everyone on the council not to get involved with this village. The Demon Lord should have warned you against it as well. So why did you do it?
Honestly, it's your fault. Flowrum, you vanished from the demonic kingdom without warning! I heard that you had become a hostage. I was deeply worried about you.
I'm honored, Princess.
My name is Yuri! Stop acting subservient! We've been friends since childhood! You stopped asking me for help, and then before I knew it, everything was princess this and princess that, like I was a stranger!
I'm sorry, Yuri. I'll keep you in the loop from now on.
I know, Flowrum.
Yeah. Now let's head back. It's almost time for us to eat. This office work is really hard, but the food here is great.
We don't have to worry about any stressful politics. We can just relax here.
The baths really heal my soul.
I was worried that they might have trouble adjusting.
Seems they've already fully adapted.
Are these three the new girls?
Yeah. Huh? You've been at that height all day, haven't you?
Yeah. My transformation magic hasn't really been working lately. Oh well, I'm sure it'll get better.
I see then. Farming life.
In another
World.
Right? I know. Huh? Oh? It's Big Sis! If you don't mind, I would like to help out with the farm work as well.
She's going to do manual labor?
That's work for commoners. Please stop this, Princess. Princess? Pardon? Wasn't that a secret? Forget we said that!
Disposer.
Now then, I want you all to join me and help out.
Huh? But our specialty is office work, not hard manual labor.
Don't worry, we'll show you how. I learned a lot from you all during my time here in this village. I'm grateful to you all. You're leaving already? I'm sorry. I promised to come visit you often.
Here.
Oh my.
They're made from the wheat that we harvested together.
Thank you all so very much. Flowrum, don't forget to come visit.
Of course.
Thank you too for your hospitality, Mayor.
Sure. Travel safe.
Oh, by the way, are you all not coming home with me?
There's still so many great things left for us to learn within this village.
And there's still a ton of work left to do. We haven't repaid everyone's kindness. Therefore, we must stay. Could you please stop eating while you're talking?
We should leave now.
Right. Everyone, I'll see you again.
Looks like she enjoyed her time here.
Indeed.
Yes. It's about Yuri. Ever since she returned to the castle, she seems a bit different somehow.
Yes.
It's like she's grown dignified all of a sudden. She looks so busy now. Even if I try to have a conversation, she doesn't make the time.
It seems that the princess will begin to take an interest in politics and diplomacy pretty soon. Daughters tend to grow into adults before their parents realize it.
An adult? Don't tell me. She's met a man! Who is he? I, the great demon Lord Galgardo, will tear him apart with my bare hands myself!
That possessive attitude is going to make her hate you one day.
She'll hate me?
More importantly, it's time for a meeting. Let's go and show her what a cool father you can be.
Okay, I get it. Leave it to me.
A short while after Yuri left, we began our pre-winter crop harvest, and this was the result. Oh, when did all of this happen?
We harvested so much, this is what we couldn't fit into storage.
I'm glad we had a good harvest.
But this is more than we thought.
In that case, would it be all right with you if we sent some of it to my father?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, then can we send some to mine?
That's fine by me.
My perspective, they're granddad and grandmom. My father lives in the northern continent, while my mother lives in the south, so I'm afraid it's going to be a bit out of the way.
There are dragons north and south? If that's true, then you must be referring to the Emperor Dragon Dose and the Hurricane Dragon Rymelin.
You're exaggerating! Is that really what you call them?
I never knew the dragons were all connected like this.
Those are some pretty intense names. First, Lasty dropped by Drimes and dropped off the food we were sharing. Then she continued to Shishato City to drop off their share of crops. Apparently, Michael asked her to exterminate a monster that had been attacking the trade vessels.
Sure thing! You're mine! Guess what? I got to take some meat home as thanks for killing that thing. This is definitely that Chonko stuff you were talking about, Mayor. That means we're having Chonko hot pot tonight.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Hakurin headed north. On her way back, she found some people that wanted to move to our village.
I'm Ya, the leader of this group.
Are you dark elves?
What? No, that's not what we are. We're known as mountain elves.
Sorry, my mistake. Please forget about it.
They can all use fire, and they're all...
So I see.
Normally, all of us live up in the mountains, but as of late, it's become harder for us to find food.
They seemed like they were having some trouble, so I thought it might be easier if they lived here.
I see. What should we do?
I do understand that no one has the leeway to help strangers. If we're causing you trouble, we'll leave right away.
No, that's not what I meant.
Huh?
I was trying to think of a plan. We need to figure out where you'll sleep until we can build you a house. I was thinking on who I'll need to talk to first.
So then...
Yeah. If you're okay with living here with us.
Huh? Thank you so much! And don't worry, we're fine sleeping on the ground here.
No, we can't have that. And so, the group of mountain elves became residents of our village.
At the very least, we'll go catch food on our own. We're excellent hunters. I'm terribly sorry. We couldn't be of more use.
Are you okay?
Is there something wrong with this forest?
You think so too? Don't hurt yourselves if it...
What's that you're working on?
I was hoping we could make some pottery here.
Interesting.
And now, we bake it after it's all dry.
Oh. What happened to it?
I guess the soil here just won't work. We'll have to go look around for clay somewhere.
Please, Mayor, would you allow me the honor of finding that? We come from the mountains, and as such, we understand the earth and what all lies within it.
I see. Isn't it dangerous to search the area?
As long as I don't have to fight, I should be all right. I'm confident in my ability to flee.
Just promise me you'll be careful. Wow! This is great! It's perfect!
I did my best!
I wonder if we can make cups and plates and stuff!
Of course! Just leave it to me.
They found another dungeon?
Yes. It's a different one than where the Lamia live. Ya was able to find the entrance to the dungeon up north near the mountains. I'd like your permission to send a survey party.
What if it's dangerous?
That's one reason we need to survey the area and learn more.
I see then. Well, just don't...
Right, we're gonna head out now.
While the survey team was off investigating the dungeon, the men's bathhouse was finally finished. The dwarves and the lizard men can use it, and so can Drime when he visits. So I definitely didn't build this just so I could have it. Yep. Well, I don't mind how lively it is here. Remember, you need to make sure to wash yourself before getting in here.
Okay.
Just what exactly do you three think you're doing out here?
Wait, thought this was the women's bathhouse?
I won't get mad, so just tell me the truth, okay?
You're about to get really mad at us, aren't you?
Well, we were hoping that maybe we could watch the mayor's back for him.
We thought it could be a good chance to get closer to him.
Listen up. We're the absolute lowest ranking members in this village.
What did I say? Bad idea.
By
I tried to
everyone
stop
else who's
this.
way to the top.
Huh? What?
You know
Seriously?
what'll happen if you try that again?
Don't let them dispose of us.
Last warning.
Huh? Before long, the dungeon survey party had returned. You're all here. What is it then?
We should send an extermination party to the dungeon up north.
Something there a problem?
We confirmed the presence of a blood viper inside.
Fighting the bear!
We absolutely must have its meat. The survival of our clan depends on us getting a hold of it.
Is it really that important?
Yes, blood viper meat is said to be extremely valuable. Eating it fills you with vitality, improves one's husband-wife relations, and is said to even bless you with children.
Well, it's almost winter. Let's talk it over with the village before we set out to hunt it. And so, autumn faded away as winter began to approach. Then one day...
Huh? I never thought I'd see you, of all people, bedridden. What a strange sight for one to witness.
Are you okay? I heard you weren't feeling well.
Yeah, I'm fine. I might have just caught a cold. Isn't mixing up different kinds of medicines your specialty? I've never tried making a medicine for myself before this. Don't look at me like that. It's just a bit of nausea and a slight fever is all. I'm sure I'll be fine if I rest for a little while.
I hope that's all it is.
This might be a long shot, but if you found yourself craving sour... I don't really have an appetite, but I'm still able to eat tomatoes and fruits. There was someone in Howling Village who said the same thing.
Huh?
Lucy, have you really not figured out what's happening to you? No. What is it?
That person. What happened to them?
Well, we congratulated them on the baby.
Today, we're all enjoying another peaceful morning. The Great Tree Village has become quite lively lately. My day starts once the sun has completely risen each morning. That's when I wake up.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Are you feeling all right?
Jeez, you ask me that every time you see me.
Oh, I didn't realize. But I'm sure things are tough for you. Once we found out that Lou was pregnant, the entire village went into a joyous uproar.
So that's how come I haven't been able to transform.
Is that how it works? She was the most calm out of everyone.
You don't need to worry so much about me, Hiraku. I'm sure everything will be fine.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm going to go check on the medicinal. We're doing it again.
Sorry. Now, back to my morning schedule. According to Anne and the maids, it's my job to keep an eye on things around the house.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, morning. By the way, there's a reason I don't wake up too early in the morning. Anne and the other maids all insist on waking up earlier than I do. I sleep later for their sakes. I'm definitely not being lazy. When I see her in the morning, she lets me know if she has anything to report.
Last night, the wine slime snuck into the food storage area and drank an entire barrel of wine.
Was that the one we left out to keep the wine slime from the rest?
Yes. I'm not sure if we should celebrate our plan working or if we should be lamenting the fact that we let it sneak in at all.
Let's just say it went according to plan. Once I make my rounds around the house, it's time for breakfast. We can't fit everyone in the dining hall at once, so we split breakfast into 3 groups.
For today's main breakfast menu, we have a soup of daikon radish, spinach, and cabbage, and smoked killer rabbit seared to perfection.
Wow, sounds delicious. It looks great.
On my
Flora?
criticism,
Have you not been sleeping?
I haven't made any progress on the miso.
This is about 20% of the way there.
It's because you say more things.
I apologize. apologize. I implore you, get some sleep. The second breakfast group is the maids. Then the third group is whoever didn't make it in time for the first or second groups. Sometimes Hakurin doesn't even make it in time for the third group.
I'm here to make a report.
Did something happen?
Yesterday, a group of 3 killer rabbits attempted to infiltrate the village. Kuro and the dogs eliminated them.
I see. Those rabbits never learn their lesson.
Well, we're able to use them as food. So we should be thankful they act the way they do.
Good point. You know, even though Gran Maria and the other angels always seem so composed and proper, they all enter lazy mode when they're off duty and on their own time. They can't really do any chores, so Anne and the maids prepare their food, while they rely on Daga and the other lizard men to do their laundry and other cleaning. Well, they do make up for it with how hard they work to keep the village safe. I'm glad we have them here. Hey, good morning. Once I've eaten, it's time to move on to working the fields. These things again? None of the normal garden pests I'm familiar with exist in this world. But instead, we have these weird little black things that live on the plants and eat their leaves, or Kuro and the other dogs can spot them for us. As of now, they've yet to cause any real damage. And the way I deal with them is using the almighty farming tool as a watering can. Apparently, it has the power to eliminate garden pests. The fields that we've been slowly expanding have become quite large in size. Checking on all of them is pretty tough now, but seeing all the matured crops fills me with joy, and with a sense of satisfaction for all the work we've done. While I'm working on my chores, lunchtime comes around. I eat the lunch that Anne and the maids prepare in between my work. Apparently, having lunch in this world is very out of the ordinary.
A meal in the afternoon? But we just had a big meal this morning. I felt the very same way when I first came here.
Lunch aside, Leah and the High Elves were nervous about even eating breakfast.
Okay, if we eat today too? Will our food reserves hold out at this rate?
According to them, sometimes they went without eating even a single meal.
You mean we get to eat food every single day? We're definitely going to get kicked out of this village one day, aren't we?
How did she reach that conclusion? I want to make sure that none of them have to worry about food as long as they're living here.
Excuse me, Mayor. Grease their allotted feed.
Yeah, do that.
Kirikou, our crop storage room is going to be full soon.
Shall we bring Michael here and talk about selling more of what we produce?
Yeah, talk to Flowrum on quantity. After lunchtime ends, it's back to work. Having more people around has helped with the farm work a lot. But tilling new fields or planting new crops is something I handle myself with the almighty farming tool. Up until now, I've only been growing stuff we could eat, but I think adding a little color to our village is good for making things feel civilized. Outside of the farm work I do, the villagers ask me to build all sorts of little things for them. Thanks to the almighty farming tool, I can make things for them even though I have no experience in construction. I thank God for these blessings. I also like to occasionally join everyone for their battle training. But Anne and the maid strongly advise we hold regular training, just in case anything should happen. Oh well, getting some more exercise is good for everyone's health.
Going. If we keep eating the way we currently do in this well-stocked village, one day we'll no longer be able to fit into our sacred maid uniforms. I think mine's already starting to become a tighter fit. Let's go.
Maybe I need some more exercise. I'm already at my limit. Huh? I bet I'd be better with that one. Can I try it out?
Sure, that's fine by me.
Oh, this is harder than I thought. I guess I'm really not suited to use normal weapons. But I still have this spear.
That was so amazing! How did you do that?
I'm not exactly sure when I can use this. Once the sun starts to set, I wrap up the work I was doing and head home. Oh, I've never seen this dish before.
This is a new menu item we're trying out. It's simmered killer rabbit served with a sweet, buttery honey sauce. Please give it a try, sir.
How confident?
About 20%.
That's pretty low.
2%!
I'd like you to only present dishes that you have at least 50% confidence in.
I cannot do that.
I did my best to enjoy the meal. At dinner time, a lot more people gather around the table. We report anything that we want everyone to hear.
Mayor, Princess Yuri has sent a letter to you.
Huh? Wonder why. Let's see. I'd like to eat the apples from your village again. Also, I'd like a dress. What is this?
She really liked the clothes that Zabuton made for her while she was here, and was wondering if she could have more made.
I see.
I apologize. I'll tell her to stop making so many requests of us.
Well, I'm sure Zabuton will be happy to make something. Once I've rested a bit after dinner, it's bath time. I pretty much have the men's bathhouse all to myself. I couldn't really relax when we only had one bathhouse. I'm really glad I forced them to build a men's bathhouse. This is paradise. After I get out of the bath, it's time to relax. Or at least, I wish it was. This is usually where I start to feel uneasy.
He's about to enter his house.
Right, I've got eyes on him here. He's headed straight.
Why is it that I can still feel their eyes on me even though I'm inside my room? Ah! Someone help me!
Our cover is blown! Everyone retreat!
I'm sure they're just keeping watch because they want me to be safe. That's what I tell myself. Oh well. Even with stuff like that happening, I couldn't be happier with my everyday life here. God, thank you once again for giving me a second chance at life. I'll do my best again tomorrow. Oh yeah, I need to have those hidden doors sealed up tomorrow too. Farming life.
In another?
World. Whether it's day or night here in the village, Donovan and the dwarves are always hard at work making alcohol. When it comes to dwarves, I used to imagine them being merry and getting drunk all the time.
There's no way we could possibly produce good alcohol if we were drunk while working.
Indeed, you're right. Even the man in charge of watching the fire would...
The man in charge of the fire drinking on the job? Out of the question. That could cause a fire.
Indeed, you're right. As you can see, they take their job very seriously.
Beer's no good.
Huh?
It's lost its flavor. This is bad booze that does nothing but burn your throat.
So, are you gonna throw it away?
Nope. We've still got uses for this. We'll distill it some more and then cut it with a variety of different fruit juices. All right, back to the drawing board. Let's rethink how we're distilling it.
I have nothing but respect for the passion with which they make alcohol.
Hey, Mayor. Could you increase the amount of grapes we're harvesting? I need 3 times the current harvest.
Oh, okay. I'll see what I can do. Increase the harvest? 3 times? 3 times, huh? Well, everyone here really loves their wine.
Mayor!
What is it?
There's this strange man that showed up.
A strange man? It's a strange man? How did he even make it this far in the first place? He got by Gran Maria and Zabuton without them noticing?
Oh, is that the progenitor?
Lucy! The progenitor?
It's been a long time, progenitor.
You look quite well, Flora. I was positive there must have been some sort of mistake. It looks like I was wrong.
Yes, I'm quite surprised myself.
That's right. We vampires usually tend to continue our bloodline by forming new blood pacts, though rarely. But children are a lovely treasure. You must take care of yours.
Yes, I will, thank you.
What do you mean he's the progenitor?
To put it simply, I guess you could say that he would be the equivalent of a grandfather.
Grandfather?
That's right. I'm 4,000 years old now.
4,000?
Well, I sort of forget the exact number.
I can't see him as anything other than a regular young guy.
The trick to a long life is to occasionally erase your memories.
Your memories?
I make sure to keep the important stuff like my name and the clan I belong to. Then I make everything else go poof and forget about it.
It goes poof and gone? Isn't that kind of scary?
It was a bit scary the first time, but I got used to it after that. It's been about 200 years since I last did it, so I still feel pretty young and vibrant now.
I didn't know vampires had that sort of ability.
We don't. I use magic for that.
Magic sounds really useful to have.
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry I entered the village without saying hello. I had planned to just have a look around. Presents.
Presents?
That great statue below the big tree. It is simply wonderful. It's truly a splendid likeness of the great creator. Before I knew it, I was bowing.
Oh, that's what you meant. If you know his likeness, does that mean you've met God before?
Yes, just once when I was born. He told me to do my best even though I'd have an abnormal body.
And by abnormal body, he meant vampire.
I believe so. And thanks to that advice, I feel like I've faced a lot of hardships and been saved a number of times. But I can't be sure since I've erased my memories. Oh well, I get the feeling that I've done my best.
Okay.
However, I do remember the great creator. It's just I'm afraid I can't remember his exact appearance. Was he an old man? Or maybe a young man? What color were his eyes? What color was his hair? I've tried numerous times to create a likeness of him, but I've never created anything as real as that. I'm sure living nearby a masterpiece like that means that every single day of your life is amazing! It must be so nice. I'm so jealous! Wow.
He wants it, right?
Amazing.
About the statue. It belongs to the village, so I don't think I can offer it to you.
I knew it. I get it. But it's too bad.
Yeah.
Too bad.
If you'd like, I could make you a new one. I'm not a sculptor, so I'm not sure if you'll like what I make or not.
You mean it? I'd love that so much. I am so happy. Thank you, Mayor.
How do you like it?
I think he likes it. I think you're correct.
Sorry for the sudden request. How much should I pay you for it?
Nothing. I can't take money for this. God isn't something that you're supposed to profit off of.
I understand. Then I'll have to think about something else I can do as thanks. Lou, make sure you give birth to a healthy baby.
Yes.
Good health to you too, Flora.
And you as well, progenitor.
And Mayor, thank you for everything. I'm grateful for this statue. And for what you've done for Lou. Keep taking care of her, okay?
Yes. I was surprised at first, but he's easygoing.
He sure is. And to think he's such an incredibly high-ranking person.
Is he really that important?
Oh, my lord! Welcome back. It's been 50 years since last time. As you can see, I've lived long enough to become an old man.
So you're in charge of the temple now?
Yes, it's going on 30 years.
Well, you've always been a devout believer. You're the man for the job.
Thank you very much.
Has anything changed?
Not a thing. Everything is as it always was, my lord.
I see. I'm rather glad to hear that. But there's going to be a big change starting today.
What do you mean by that, my lord?
I want to enshrine this statue here in this temple.
You do? What kind of statue is that?
You'll just have to wait and see. I want you to put it in the very best spot.
Well, if that's the case, then we would have to move out the statue of the creator that was crafted by the master sculptor, Turut. But we can't move the most beloved statue in this temple from its resting place.
Yeah, of course we can.
Yes, sir. Oh. This is such a majestic work of art. It must have been made by quite a famous sculptor. We must be sure that everyone properly honors their name.
I think it would be better if we didn't. He doesn't strike me as the type to appreciate stuff like that. Besides, I'd rather not disturb the peaceful life he's built.
That is
And if we were to quietly support him.
right.
Let all the other temples know immediately. Tell them to be respectful of him, as well as respectful of the Great Tree Village.
Right away.
Are you okay, Mayor?
Yeah, that just caught me off guard. It's been a long time since I've sneezed. The progenitor sent us a magnificent piano. I refused to take payment for the statue, so this was a gift for Lou's pregnancy. He's really considerate for someone so important. We talked for a while about where we would put it.
There we go.
We decided on the village's dining hall. Thanks, guys. Good work.
Good work, everyone.
The piano that was gifted. Is it the kind you would find only in a large temple? Yeah, that's the kind of piano that only gets used for big ceremonies. Hey guys, you think we can play it? This is a more like a never-in-a-lifetime chance to play one. That means if we can play this piano now, we'll be able to brag about this for the rest of our lives. You can go first, Roju. Huh? I'm fine with playing later, too. Too scary for us to even try playing. My hands are sweating so much. If we break it, that will be the end of our short lives.
Huh? You want another piano?
For us to practice on. Please, Mayor. We don't mind if it's old and raggedy and beat up badly. Actually, an old piano would be for the best.
Can't you play the one we have?
No, we can't do it.
What? Huh? Why are you crying? We talked to Michael and had him procure a practice piano for us. I don't really know anything about these, but the one we got from the progenitor seems a lot fancier. Now I feel bad that he sent us something so nice. The pianos were a hit. Everyone wanted to play. The only ones who could already play were Flowrim and the girls from the Demonic Kingdom. But everyone else seems to enjoy practicing to get better. I just wish they'd stop playing at night. Spring passed us by, and the sun began shining down stronger each day. The vegetables looked brighter and more colorful after they'd been sunbathing for a while. Hey, girls! It's break time! Let's have lunch!
Yay! Okay. Let's go.
I'll get everything ready.
I'm starving.
Thanks. This one might grow too tall like this. I feel like I'm much more knowledgeable about this stuff than when I first started farming. Let's see about the other plants.
Darling!
Huh? Lou?
Come on, it's time for a break. Oh, did you remember to bring the silverware? You know, Hiraku, you need to take breaks too.
Huh? When I look at the crops, I can't help myself. Magic really is great.
I've told you, this is just basic stuff.
I feel refreshed. Don't worry, I'll be fine. But more importantly, is it okay for you to be walking around?
Yeah, I'm okay now. In fact, I've heard it's good to get exercise.
Is that right?
Everyone's been teaching me all kinds of stuff.
I heard from the girls in the village that it's important reproduction and prosperity.
After speaking with a few of the ogre maid girls, I found out that they've actually given birth themselves.
That's reassuring.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that stuff. It's strange to think that she has a child inside her belly. I wonder what that must feel like for her.
So what is it actually like? Now that you've gotten so big, it's got to feel heavy.
It does. It feels the same as 2 heads of cabbage. I'm guessing that means... you must feel pretty heavy then.
How lovely. I'm so very jealous.
I wonder if it'll be a boy or maybe a little girl.
Is there any way to know that now? Is there anything we can do to make you more comfortable?
Please let us know how best we can help you, Lou.
Thank you. You've all been so helpful, so I'm okay. My appetite is back now, too. The only thing bothering me is that I can't drink any alcohol.
Mayor. Forgive our insolence, but we have come to make a request of you today.
Okay, what is it?
We're here to ask that Tia and everyone else's resolution not go to waste.
They've become so dejected.
We beg of you. So please, sell off all the rest of the alcohol in the village.
Huh? I see. You're all giving up alcohol for Lou.
That's right. However,
When we think about not being able to drink, when we're eating, we think, man, some alcohol would go great with this. It feels like...
Just like that.
It's that bad?
I believe at this point, the only option is to remove the sword.
Calm down. I'm happy that you're all doing this, but I think you'll regret it if we sell all the alcohol. And alcohol isn't something we can make quickly. Just think of it this way instead. The taste of alcohol changes the longer you let it age. If you hold out now, it'll taste better later. Let's all tough it out while looking forward to that.
Forgive us, Mayor, but we'd like for you to tell us if we've done something to wrong the village.
Why? What happened?
Even though everyone used to love drinking alcohol, none of them will drink a single drop now.
Huh?
Was? So it's not like they stopped enjoying the alcohol we produce.
Of course not. I'm sorry. We should have told you right away.
I was beginning to think that we should slow down production. Now I think the opposite.
You're right. They'll drink more to make up for lost time.
Great. We'll do our best to live up to expectations.
You feeling okay?
yeah, I'm fine. I'm not in here because of that. It's just the sun is really strong today.
It's almost time, isn't it?
It looks that way. If I get any bigger than this, I won't be able to move at all.
Where'd you get that?
Tia and the angels came to visit me and brought it. They said they found it blooming on a faraway mountain where there was still snow.
It's pretty. It kind of makes the room feel cooler.
Believe it or not, that flower is actually releasing cold air.
Pardon? This is secret mountain elf medicine. It brings about good health and vigor. For you. I'd rather it be used at the right time than have it just sit around in storage forever.
It sounds like she's talking about a rare game item.
Hi, Lou. This gem is meant to help with magic recovery. I found it in my father's treasure room.
Oh, wow.
After much work, it's finally perfected. I made pudding. Here, it's a good luck charm wreath. Are you okay? Do you want me to peel you apples?
Good afternoon. You must be hungry. I made tomato and tofu miso soup.
Tomato? It's surprisingly good!
Isn't it?
All lizard men are born from eggs, therefore, I have absolutely no idea how best to help out. But at the very least, I offer my blood to drink so that you'll grow stronger!
I don't think that my teeth can make it through that.
I'm really happy.
Yeah.
What's this? A mallet?
It came from Donovan. He said to trust him that it would come in handy one day.
Earth? Huh? What's wrong?
My belly feels kind of...
Does that mean...
I think that it's time.
Bring the towels here. We need to boil more water. Here's some more wood.
When the time came, I found myself in a panic for a bit. But now, there's nothing left that I can do to help out. The two moons. On my first night here, I watched them from this very place. I wanted to live somewhere by myself, away from everyone. But now, everyone's here. That's why I'm sure that... After that, time passed like a blur until morning. Well, it's more accurate to say that I don't have any memories of what happened after that.
Everything went really great.
Mother and baby are doing very well.
Oh.
Come hold him.
Can I really?
Be careful.
He was just born. Watch his neck. Make sure to support it with your arm.
Okay. He's warm, and he's heavier than I expected, even though he's so small. He moved.
Of course he moves, you silly. He was moving when he was still in my belly.
I see. He smiled. That was a smile, right? Oh, that's right. I've really become a father. Back in my original world, I was suffering from an illness. I hope he never has to go through that. Grow up to be big and strong.
He's not going to just grow up strong. We'll raise him to be strong. Together.
Daddy will. What's wrong? What should I do?
Please calm down.
Everyone, just relax.
It's okay.
All done. It's been a week since Lou gave birth. My son's name is Alfred. That was Lou's idea. I guess his race is technically maybe half vampire, but right now he still looks like a normal human. This is where I started living by myself. A lot more people, more buildings now too. Everything kept growing. Now it's a village where I live, together with everyone. Then one day, I became mayor. And now, I've finally become a father. Speaking of which, I need to do something to thank the villagers for their kindness. They've all been working so hard up until now to help build up the village.
What did you want to talk to us about?
The thing is, I've been thinking about a new system I want to set up.
A system?
That's right. Like this. It's a reward medal.
A medal?
I see. What is it for?
As thanks for helping to build the village, I want to give these medals out to everyone.
So then, how exactly are we supposed to use these?
You can trade them for goods you want, or use them to get other things you're after.
So you mean these act like a money exchange, right?
Yeah. I figured that one day this village will need its own currency. Right now we have a lot of stuff in the village. Crops, hunted game meat, and traded goods. As mayor of the village, I've been taking charge of all these things, and then if someone wants something, they come and ask me about it. But with the increasing population here, handling all of these transactions has become impossible.
I see. If we're going to handle transactions on our own, then we need currency.
That's right.
Can't we just all trade goods with each other?
Think about it this way. How many strawberries for an apple?
Well, I'd say 3 strawberries. I'd say they're 1-to-1 since I much prefer strawberries.
See? Everyone has their own idea of value. That's why I want to use currency for all our transactions.
So that's what money is meant to be used for. How many barrels of gold's an apple worth?
I almost never use money, so I'm not sure.
You count it in barrels?
I expect nothing less from the dragons.
Anyways, it would cause turmoil if I switched us to currency right away. So for now, I'm going to give these out as rewards. That's the plan.
I see then. Well, in that case, let's try them out for a while.
Sounds great. For now, let's just think of these as convenient vouchers. And so, to get things going, I started by giving all the villagers 3 medals each. I couldn't give out medals to all of Kuro and Zabuton's family, so I gave them 30 each. On top of that, I have to make them all by hand in a way that they can't be counterfeited. That limits how many I can make.
Fine.
Some people traded them for wine right away. Some people traded them for furniture and the like. Some traded them for weapons that Drymet brought us as gifts. And some people just decorated their rooms with them. I'd prefer if they didn't just hold on to them without spending any. That's how I started introducing the metals that were the precursors for currency. But, let's see. Oh, I've got it! It resulted in orders for custom-made furniture and toys to become incredibly popular. If anything, I feel like I'm doing more work now. Just wait a little while for me. I wanted to use these as a guide for how much things are worth, but it's hard to determine how much a single metal should be worth.
Mayor! I want you to give me a baby just like that one!
Is that an option?
It's not!
What if I give you 3?
That's not really the issue we're having here. In the end, we settled on them renting out the mayor for a day instead. And a little while after that... it was finally time for the big feast to celebrate the birth of my son. Cheers!
I feel kind of bad. I kept them waiting a while.
Yeah, we couldn't have a feast right after you gave birth. Well, they all seem to be enjoying themselves now. I am a little worried that they might drink too much, though.
Hi there, it's your Aunt Flora.
By the way, is that...
It is. Donovan told me to bring it here with me today.
Sorry we took so long.
What's this?
It's a special new kind of wine that we made just for you to have tonight. This is our way of celebrating with you, so make sure you do it right. It's time to whack it.
You mean this?
I see, so that's what it's for. And smash!
That felt really good to hit.
Yeah, it sure did. I never thought I'd be cracking open a barrel of wine in celebration in this world. Things more fun. Hey guys! Drink up!
Man, this booze is great. The food is great. Congratulations. Now time for my secret technique.
Is she okay there?
Well, what do you think of the wine?
Donovan.
Well, the thing is...
Ah, I get it.
I'm sorry. I've been told I shouldn't drink while breastfeeding.
I see. You can't drink as long as he's still a baby. I get it.
Right now, I'll let them drink for me. I'll enjoy the wine by watching all their smiling faces.
I've got an idea. How about before everyone drinks it all, we bottle it so we can age it?
That sounds great. We can hold it until Alfred is old enough to drink it.
Great idea.
All right. I'll keep it safe and age it so it's the best wine ever. Get started on this right away. If we drag our feet, they'll drink it all.
I want more!
my son. I can't hardly wait for that.
That day will be soon. As long as you're enjoying life every day like this. Look! Alfred, I think he wants to be my baby!
Stop right there.
About the Great Tree Village. What is it this time? The mayor and vampire had a child. It was a healthy baby boy.
Oh, that's lovely. Based on the information we've heard so far, I think the very notion that we could challenge them is near impossible as of now.
So you finally realized it.
We should be thinking how we can maintain an amicable relationship with them. And if we could marry off someone from the kingdom to their village, then it will guarantee our safety here.
No way.
What?
I won't hand over Yuri. Not to anyone ever. No matter what!
Please calm down.
Did you gather all the goods?
Yes.
It'll leave a poor impression if we don't congratulate them properly. We must make sure our preparations are perfect. I want our relationship with that village to continue.
Is something the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just had a dream for the first time in a while.
You didn't drink last night either.
You're right. I'm fine.
Oh, good. In that case, I want to talk about something that Gran Maria and the others brought up.
People that want to move here?
Yes. They were all living in a different forest, but now they're looking for somewhere new to live.
Dryme has some people that were driven out of their homes because of a war.
My father also mentioned that there are some refugees that need a place to stay because of a war.
How many are there?
It's not exact, but
Let's see.
A rough estimate.
We broke the 3-digit mark. I think we need another village like this if we're going to take that many people.
well then, let's do it.
Huh?
Let's build a new village for all the people that want to move here.
That sounds great. If we do that, then lots of people can move here.
It'll be the Great Tree Village too.
Wait a minute now. Won't that be a ton of work for everyone? We need to gather supplies.
We'll do our best. After all, this village saved each and every one of us.
If someone is needing our help, we can't just leave them alone.
Still, we'll need to plan everything out very carefully for this.
Where should we build it?
All right, let's meet on it now. I'm counting on your help, everyone.
Yeah!